Ah!
Tundra.
Wow.
Ah, so you're finally awake. Heard you were trying to cross the border. Ah, yes. Welcome to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. This is our weekly D&D session, which will be exploring the cold, unforgiving, and harsh environments of the northern continent of Faerun. However, we'll be starting in my own homebrew world of Midra, as we introduce each character and collect them all together, hopefully, as a cohesive party to embark on this freezing cold quest. So, Icewind Dale. It has become trapped in a perpetual winter. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous, and this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears above the mountains, not even in what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. Most Dale residents seem to blame Auril, the Frostmaiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aurora that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun at bay. Dale folk live in the scattering of settlements known as 10 towns. The drop-off caravans coming from the south and between the settlements in this never-ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated. Although each town has resolved to appease the Frostmaiden with sacrifices of one or another, no respite from winter's fury seems forthcoming. For adventurers such as yourselves, 10 Towns is a place to test one's mettle and, in the spirit of heroes who have come before, leave one's mark in this frigid, blighted land. And we're going to zoom in on a band of individuals who have already carved out a place in this unforgiving environment. So, we will start with Wealgeist. Please, describe what your character looks like as he is huddled around a campfire in the wolf tribe's den.
Right. Wealgeist is a 6'2", semi-muscular individual, clad in leather armor. Looks to be, at first, that would be what you would expect, normal human sort of type. However, distinctive characteristics are the markings around his eyes, tribal markings of some kind. And also the fact that upon his back and atop his head is the pelt of a wolf, with the head almost functioning like a cowl, I suppose is a better term. He's probably, whilst huddled there, is currently binding some arrowheads to his arrows to fill one of his 2 quivers that he keeps at his side. And probably next to him is his bow, currently unstrung as it's not in combat, and keeping it strung constantly would not be good for the bow. His piercing blue eyes are focused entirely on the work, but on occasion, as he's sitting there, he scratches at his beard, and after a little bit of sitting there, thumps on his chest and coughs a little bit, but then just resumes his work.
All right. You see a large, towering figure approach you. And there's this kind of low grunt, and you hear him say, "It is time." And he expects you to rise and approach the center of the bonfire. For this is not one night that you are working, but more so preparing. Perhaps sharpening the last of those arrowheads before filling a fresh set of arrows in your quiver. You hopefully have enough for the journey. The whole tribe has gathered, though the numbers seem a lot thinner in these recent days, as it has been. The wolf tribe is the smallest of the ragged tribes, and as the crackling bonfire illuminates the faces of your gathered tribe members, the chieftain who just got you here is standing up and approaching the sort of center of the fire. He has scars etched across his withered face. You can see he's got that one eye patch covering his unfortunate run-in with wilderness beasts. He's got a long beard, frozen, it looks like solid, with white. And you know this chieftain as Frost-Eye Ulfkinson. A towering figure. He addresses you, the ragged rogue, born and raised in the icy lands of Icewindale. His piercing eye, striking shade of blue, much like your own. Just as blue as the frozen depths of the ragged glacier. It locks onto you with a mixture of intensity and skepticism. And he speaks. You, as though you stand before us, on the precipice of your destiny. The journey you are about to embark on is more than a test of your survival skills or prowess with the bow. It is an opportunity for you to prove yourself not only as a skilled tracker and survivalist, but also as a leader of your own pack. Frost-Eye's gaze sweeps across the members of the wolf tribe, his expression grave. The winds howl in the heart of Icewindale. This is what she says this, sorry. The winds howl in the heart of Icewindale, whispering secrets of treachery and danger. The survival of our tribe rests on the shoulders of those who dare to venture beyond our boundaries. You carry the hopes and dreams of the wolf tribe with you. He steps forward, placing a firm hand on your shoulder. The weight of the chieftain's touch conveys both approval and an unspoken challenge. Remember, young one, our tribe's strength lies not in numbers, but in unity. Seek those who share your vision, who understand the call of the wild and courses through your veins. Forge bonds with the unlikely, for strength can be found in the most unexpected of places. Frost-Eye's gaze softens briefly. It's a rare moment of vulnerability flickering in his eyes before he masks it with stoicism. Do not forget the blood that flows within you. The spirit of the wolf is your guide, your protector. Trust in its instincts, and may it guide you through the trials that lie ahead. With that, Frost-Eye releases his grip, taking a step back as the fire's crackle fills the ensuing silence. The chieftain's gaze lingers on you for a moment longer, a silent acknowledgement passing between you before he turns his attention back to the rest of the tribe, his voice firm once more. Tonight, bid farewell to a young brother as he ventures forth into the wilderness. Let his journey remind us all of the resilience that lies within our tribe's core. May the spirits of our ancestors watch over you, Wealgeist. And may you return to us stronger and wiser. The Wolf Tribe members raise their fists in a unified salute, their voices blending into a resolute chant. For the wolf! For the ragged! As your heart pounds with a mixture of nerves and anticipation and determination, you catch a fleeting glance from Frosteye, a glimmer of concern hidden beneath the chieftain's fierce countenance. It's a subtle acknowledgement. Perhaps it's just a silent understanding that you carry a burden beyond the weight of your bow and arrows. Or perhaps he sees in you something more, something else. Before you can ponder too much on this thought, the building anticipation is disturbed and cut short as Isar Pronenstrom, the other chieftain in the Wolf Tribe, bursts into the fireplace, almost kicking it over, and almost like scoffing in your direction. Little wolf pup, finally going out into the cold, all alone. You say to make friends with the unlikely? I hope you don't mean the 10-towners, Frosteye. The sniveling, weak cowards that huddle beneath the roofs of their little tiny homes. The ones that barter in gold. Don't trust them, Wealgeist. They are greedy, selfish. They don't understand what it takes to survive out here. Well, Wealgeist, do you have some sort of grand speech for us before you leave? Before you die? I doubt we'll ever see you again. I doubt you make it even one week.
Words are pointless, Isar. Action is what matters. I have the blessing of the wolf and the blessing of our ancestors. I will do what must be done and come back stronger and wiser. And perhaps I will bond with those from the 10 towns, but only those who are deemed worthy by the spirit of the wolf. Perhaps there will be none like you say, but even in the wilderness, nature can provide unlikely allies. Even nature itself can be an ally. And it is a fool who would deny help when it is needed.
Help? Yeah, we don't need their help. We've lived in these lands longer than the 10 towns.
And look at what has happened to us. We are fewer in number than we have ever been. We are weaker than we have ever been.
Weaker? You have a king now! A wolf king! You see a couple of the other looks around the tribe are uneasy, uncertain, but there are those who also gather around him, fiercely loyal. You definitely see that there's a deep sigh from Frosteye, the other chieftain. But he doesn't seem to be strong enough to speak up against him. He looks to you now, Wealgeist, as a potential hope for the tribe. He just nods, almost as if to say, You should be on your way.
We shall see when I return who is the right, you or I. But for now, I have actions to perform, and I will not bandy words with you. It is a waste of time. And with that, he turns and walks away, picking up his bow and quiver.
He shouts out. Oh, well, he howls like a wolf before shouting the words. You join with those 10-towners. You will find no mercy from us when we come raiding them. I will cut you down, spill your blood across the snow if you are simply amongst them. Collateral. Don't think that you'll be spared any mercy just because you're part of the wolf tribe. You're not a wolf if you're running with the rabbits.
A wolf bites. A dog barks. Which are you, Issa?
He growls and then lets out a long-winded howl, which you can hear is echoed by his most loyal barbarians around him. Cronin Strom is known as a vicious, brutal man. He has inspired fear across all the folks in the Dale. Fitting to his name, he lets out that long-lasting howl. It feels like a petering out storm as you trudge through the snow towards 10 Towns. The last sounds of clinging swords as your former tribesmen spar. They seem to be riled up after all of this. But I think, Wealgeist, with that, begin. Your destination is in sight. You know what you need to do. You need to gather up your own pack. One that is strong enough to stand against this brute. The one who claims to be king. But really, you know that your tribe has never been more fragmented before. And no one else, no other chieftain believes themselves strong enough to challenge his rule. Well, we'll find out whether you return. For now, we will say that you are heading towards the nearest town known as Bremen. When I say nearest, it is still quite the journey, but one that you have prepared for all your life. And so, with that, we zoom out as we see Wealgeist's little form just becoming smaller and smaller in the snow. And we zoom across the Dale. Let's see. Shall we go with next? I think we shall zoom in on way out, way far out, way across the Dales and back to Midra. And I should have found my map for Midra. I'm sure it's somewhere around here. My map. Midra, yep, okay. Go back to the landing page. So, let's zoom in on, you see the different distant cities and settlements of Weep and of... Oh, in fact, easier if I just drag the map out. See it? It's massive. I'll just resize it a bit. Here we go. Alright. So Weep is the northern coastal city. I imagine that Icewindale is even north of this whole map. It is way off the map. It's like another whole tile over, if you will. But so, Wealgeist, you'll be somewhere out of sight. There we go. And we see the winding roads that connect all these settlements. There are many pathways that travelers use. And as we zoom in one of these like snaking, winding trails, we see a caravan. Massive wagons, some with being pulled by horses, some being pulled by other beasts of burden, and the caravan seems to be well defended. You can see there are different warriors and fighters with weapons drawn, always at the ready. They seem vigilant and in protecting this caravan. You can see they're in pairs on either side of the carriages. And this wagon, this caravan spans like a few, like several hundred feet of traders, merchants, just people of all walks of life. We see orcs, there's humans, goblins, there's tieflings. There doesn't seem to be any one particular race that stands out as, say, the core of the caravan. It's just so interspersed with all walks of life. But I would like to zoom in on, would you say you're at the front, Ashanti, leading this caravan, or maybe in the middle? Whereabouts would you be?
Ashanti would be in the middle of the caravan, watching either side, prepared to go forward or backwards as needed if there is a bandit attack.
Understood. In that case, then, we zoom into the core, the very heart, beating heart of this caravan, and there we see a well-equipped half-orc. Would you like to describe Ashanti for us?
Ashanti is a well-muscled half-orc. She is she has traveled her whole life, so you can see the road etched on into her features. She has never known a permanent home. She's always, the closest is the winter encampments as they wait for the next caravan to ride out. Her father is a human uh, caravan guard who met her mom, who's a full-blooded orc, and they fell in love on the road. And Ashanti and her younger sister Ayala were born in the back of a wagon at the speed of a plodding oxen. She has always traveled on the road. But right now you see that she normally looks thoughtful, but now she just looks sad. Um, her mother was cut down in a bandit attack early on, or earlier in the adventure, and one of those truly lucky shots. It was a nat 20 crit that got her in the back of the neck, and she died instantly. No matter what Ashanti and Ayala did, they were not able to save her mom, and her father has been lost in his human grief. And Ashanti does not know how to assuage his deep grief. It's gotten so bad that he actually has stopped paying attention to the things that make you stay alive. And he walked behind oxen, and one of them shattered his upper thigh, just shattered the bone. They fortunately had a healer who was able to put him together enough that he can stand and walk with crutches or a cane, but he will never be the amazing fighting man that she grew up with. She is well dressed. This is a well-funded caravan that has picked up the other humans and the goblins and everybody else traveling with them along the way back to her home base of Weep. She is thoughtfully looking around, and every now and then she glances over at the main wagon that they're guarding for the Thousand Heads coster. And in the wagon, you could see a couple of large mastiffs lolling about with their heads hanging out, and she smiles affectionately at them. Shortly after this, her younger sister Ayala comes up, and they talk briefly before Ayala goes back to her part of the guard duties. That is Ashanti.
Beautiful description. And I'll say as well that we sort of see this almost montage of how the caravan works its way through the winding trails, arrives at Weep, and we see the everyday trade that goes back and forth between the merchants here. And we see a sort of a time lapse of the sun rising, setting, rising, setting. We see how organized and efficient the caravan is at setting up camps at checkpoints, defending itself against bandit attacks and the like. And we see the caravan then making its way back from Weep, this time with a lot less. It's almost like a smaller contingency of just a few supplies, and rather than go out through the great run that leads out of Weep, you see it sort of take a sharp turnish to the north, and we see Ashanti seems to be again at the core of this little smaller caravan, and this one, Ashanti, is an escort. They didn't want you going off alone, or at least they promised that they would go with you as far as they could. They didn't want to just have you travel the roads alone. That's not the way of their caravan. They vowed to see you off into the Icewindale.
Those gruff old men and women of the Thousand Heads coster, they truly are like a family to me, and I've learned so much. And I'm so grateful for all of the memories of sitting by thousands of fires over the years, listening to their stories, their tales of adventure, and their tales of great battles, and sometimes funny defeats.
Well, this is the one last little trick that they wish to accompany you with, and I believe your father would definitely be here with you. Of course, goes without saying. He doesn't look like he wants you to go. He's been fearing this day ever since, and yes, your sister is here as well as a small, fluffy companion, but they lead you all the way to the very edge of Icewindale. Here you go. Here's some art, and you feel like this is the point where you say goodbye. You can see the wagons are already sort of struggling in the snow. It's so deep that this is sort of the point of no return, and everyone can sort of sense that sense of departure is drawing near. And so, let's see.
There
You
will
stand. Go on.
Ashanti is not a person of many words, so there will be many meaningful hugs and looks, and some gruff well wishes. But there is no crying. There is no sobbing. There is just nods of proud pseudo uncles and aunts, and a dad who say you can do this. If this is your heart's desire, we believe in you.
Like that. You turn around to see the howling expanse, frozen north of Icewindale. You can't help but feel a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Snow-covered terrain stretches out before you, an unforgiving wilderness that will test your every step. Beside you your loyal companion, Bits, the Mastiff, wags her tail, sensing the gravity of the moment. The time has come to bid farewell to the caravan that has been your home, your second family. The companions who have shared their tales of laughter and tears with you, they gather round. Their weathered faces are etched with concern and well wishes. And Will Saveloy, the seasoned caravan leader, steps forward, his voice filled with genuine affection. You've been a true asset to our caravan, my friend. We've seen you grow from a fledgling adventurer to a capable warrior. Remember all that you've been taught. Keep yourself safe out there. And
I will. I will. And I will come back and astonish you with my tales of adventure.
you carry the memories of this caravan in your heart. Don't forget us out there.
Never, never, my friend. Thanks for all that you've done, and thanks for taking care of my family and being my extended family.
We should be thanking you, Ashanti. You've been the true protector of this caravan as well. And you see that each one of them, the caravanners, come up to embrace you, offering words of encouragement and advice. And they know the dangers that await you in the frozen north. And so their farewell holds a mixture of hope and worry. And right at the end
And
of the queue...
I would think since they're old adventurers themselves that have retired to be
Right.
caravan guards, I would think a bit of wistfulness that they were young again and could go on this adventure. A little bit of I know what she's facing. I know how bad it's going to be, but gosh, I wish I was out there with her.
And your sister, Ayala, comes up to bid you farewell. And she holds you close, a voice filled with emotion. Take care of Bits!
I will. You take care of Dad, and you take care of Bits's brother Bob's. And don't forget me. I won't forget you. I don't know if I can write, but I'll think of you every day.
She nods, tears glistening in her eyes. And she's all choked up. She just holds on to you for one more moment before she senses you sort of gently pulling away. And with a final wave and a whispered promise to return, you turn your back on the caravan that has been your home for so long. The wagons begin to retreat, but you can see some of them still stand by. They're not worried about falling behind. They just want to see you off. And you can hear the wheels groaning against the deep snow. You take a deep breath, steeling yourself for the challenges ahead. Adjusting your leather like straps for your gear, tightening your grip on your weapons. You take the first steps into the cold embrace of Icewindale. And Bits pads alongside you, offering both companionship and protection. The frozen wilderness lies before you, a daunting landscape that will test your strength of your body and your spirit. There's Bits. There you go. Gotta get some Bits artwork. There they are. With each step you take, it's a silent whisper to the gods, prayer. So you will make it back, but also that you might find what you're looking for. This is a very expansive terrain, but you've got some clues. Maybe you'll just have to ask around, but you almost feel like already you've got the urge to seek out a new caravan that you can tag along with. We'll see. But yeah, together with Bits, you venture forth into the white wilderness, ready to carve out your path and conquer the challenges that await you. The frozen winds carry your determination, whispering tales of bravery and hope as you embark on your epic quest. Which I'm sure we'll find more out later. But for now, we're gonna zoom out slightly from Ashanti. And we're gonna go to... Yeah, we're gonna zoom back into Icewindale. The town which is being converged on by a number of individuals. You see like Ashanti heading from the south into Icewindale towards this town. We see there's like a little tracker of Wealgeist who's also heading from the north, so it's converging in on this town. And this town is known as Bremen. Okay. Now, this is a small little fishing village. You can see little chimney smokes rising up. Everyone's got their own little log fire. They're all trying to keep warm and huddle inside as snow continues to just storm down, creating these huge snow drifts and mounds outside the town. People are having to like shovel out the fronts of their homes. It seems to be like in the morning. And let's see. We're gonna zoom in on one little inn, and we can see the inn's name as the camera pans around. You can see it says Buried Treasures, and we'll zoom in through one of the window panes where you can see another half-orc is slowly opening their eyes, and you find yourself in a small, cozy room with a crackling fireplace providing warmth and light. The sound of howling wind and the occasional gusts of snow outside the window remind you of the harsh conditions of Icewindale. But there is a scent of freshly brewed tea wafting through the air, and you notice there is actually a tray with a steaming cup and a plate of warm food sitting on a nearby table. And as you're sort of gaining your bearings, you hear the door creep open slightly. And a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, she enters the room and she introduces herself as, hello, my name is Cora. I'm the innkeeper here of the Buried Treasures. We, thought you needed shelter. This was the best place for it. I should explain. One of Torga Icevane's men found you unconscious on the outskirts of Bremen, near a frozen river. Well, they were concerned for your well-being, and he brought you here. And I've been nursing you back to health ever since. You look like you've had quite a rough journey, my dear, she says with a sympathetic smile. But you're safe now, and we'll do what we can to help you on your way. And she offers you the tea. And can we get a description of Hulla as you sit up in your bed and rub your weary eyes? You've recovered from a great deal of exhaustion.
Yeah, so Hulla is a half-orc.
Hulla.
She's Hulla Black. She's pretty young. She's got messy hair, and she's even despite all the blankets and the warmth of the room, she's still shivering a little bit. Like she can't get warm enough, and she reaches out to hold the tea closer to her as if she's never going to be warm again. But she is grateful to the innkeeper and will say, thank you. I don't remember that. I was stuck with my people. We were in a cave, and I saw the caravan, I think, and I remember trying to walk out, but I think I'm not sure what happened after that. It was just a lot of snow.
Oh, you needn't worry yourself. We're just happy that you managed to make it out of there. Too many souls are lost out in the cold, and you wouldn't be the first to be lost wandering around, especially out the outskirts of Bremen.
Is that where we are, Bremen?
Yes.
How far from the sea is this?
We're very close. You can see out the window, and she points. There is a massive lake nearby. It's it's not the coast, but it's, let's see, it sort of expands out quite a great deal. It's one of the non-frozen lakes. Well, it's for now at least. Most of it's freezing over, but fishermen have to drag their boats out to the non-frozen parts. It's for the coast. She thinks
It's
for
okay
a
if
moment.
it's a long way away. Which direction is it?
She would say it's probably to the west. Yeah, northwest.
Okay.
Check my own map. But yeah, she says she's pretty sure it's west.
Okay, so Hulla sort of looks in that direction as if she can see, but it's just an instinctive thing. And she'll say, the people who found me, are they still here? I want to.
Morga. Oh.
Yeah.
They're a traveling merchant. She owns a shop. She goes from town to town, but you were in quite a state, my dear. You stayed asleep for many days before you fully recovered. She's probably back on the road, and along with her men. The man did come in to check on you again, but other than that, they explained that they didn't know who you were, just found you. You wouldn't be the first person they found wandering around. The town speaker, unfortunately, he's not quite well in the head, people say. He's been found wandering around for a while, out in the cold. If people hadn't found him, you'd have probably just died to the frigid blizzard out there. His name is Dorbelgruff Shalescar. Twice they found him out there, wandering the frozen shores. He said he has no memory of how he got there, though. He's ancient, even by old like, dwarf standards. He might not be long for this world, but many locals fear the same is true for the town itself. Auriel's brutal winter does not abate. She looks out the window, and a nearby person trying to shovel the front of their store open.
Winter's cursed.
Yes. But yeah, your heart sort of fills with a sense of hope now, though, as you realize this could be the start of a new chapter in your life. And she does ask questions back and forth, ones that I don't want to reveal because it's for you to sort of say with the party. But you share your perhaps your desires and goals, and she kind of nods carefully listening and intently, and her eyes reflecting an understanding and a compassion. And she says, well, I can't promise you you'll find a suitable crew out there, but I can tell you that Bremen is filled with brave and capable individuals. She seems to be thinking. Well, many of them have come here seeking adventure or refuge from the relentless winter. You might find allies here who share your cause, but there are rumors of a growing darkness in the Dales. The people of Bremen fear for our own town's future. So perhaps your arrival here is not mere coincidence, but a sign that could make a difference. Once you've got your strength back, of course. But I suggest you start by maybe visiting the town speaker, Doublegruff, if he's sane or right of thought at the time, I hope, at least. But he might have valuable information about recent events or potential opportunities for you to sort of assemble a crew or something. I'll offer to accompany you if you wish.
Will you help me find him?
Absolutely.
I don't wish to be a burden, but... well, companionship is welcome. And will you tell Torga that I owe her a life debt, her and her men? If there's anything I can do, maybe one day I can repay that somehow. Are you sure they didn't take anything? And she pats down her pockets.
Let's see. What are you checking for? Double checking.
I'm just checking to see if my supplies are there. Mostly it's there's not a lot. There's a couple of copper coins, a couple of silver coins, a knife, just generic stuff.
I'll say that
lime.
you've probably got not a lot on you at this point, but you've just got like the threadbare like belongings, basically like what you had on your back. You effectively had nothing. You don't even remember really that moment. But we'll do a time skip in a bit, where she accompanies you. She gets you in these like big furs and insulated clothes, and as you step out into the bitter cold alongside Cora, you can't help feel a renewed sense of purpose. With each step through the snowy streets of Bremen, you are determined to find those who perhaps share the same goals and forging a new path forward. And let's change up the music here. The few days pass. You get to know Bremen a little bit better. You do indeed speak with the town speaker, Doublegroff, and he is a little bit on the insane side, but he seems to still know and hold a lot of information about Icewindale as a whole. But getting that information it's like sparse in between bouts of riddles and murmurings and mutterings. Instead, you find more useful refuge from, or rather information from, the nearby church that sits here in Bremen. And they take you in eagerly as one of their own. And you said you were short on supplies. They, upon like taking up sort of what do you call it? An acolyte ship? How to explain that? I don't know. Basically, you take up
whatever the equivalent of
charity,
apprenticeship is.
Yeah, you're right. You become an acolyte of the church, effectively. They fund you with supplies and gear, and over the coming days, you begin to find your feet here in Bremen. And all the while, you've been waiting for these so-called adventurers who will be ready to test their own metal in Icewindale. There are many problems in Bremen that you become aware of more and more. There are rumors brewing across the 10 towns, in fact. Rumors that we will get onto soon enough. But for now, we'll say that your day-to-day business is helping out in the church, helping out on the fishing boats that go out into the lake, and you've been waiting for some hardy adventurers who look like they can really make a change in this world to sort of stroll in. And a couple of them have gone by, but they've been, shall we say, not sticking around for long. There's a couple of axe beak riders in town. There's these large bird mounts, and well, they seem to be having a disagreement at the moment by the docks. And you see a bunch of adventurers. That's sort of your calling. You start to approach them, but we're gonna zoom out from that. We'll bounce back to you in a minute. But as you're approaching the docks, you can hear the voices kind of raising louder and louder. But we zoom out further and further. As let's see. Let's bounce actually back to it's gonna be a while before I remember everyone's name off the top of my head. Ashanti. That's the one. Okay. So, Ashanti. You've been traveling not too long into the Shiverpine forests, just on the outskirts of Icewindale. I'll drag you back to this one. Actually, no, let's get to Midra. Yeah, here we go. And the Shiverpine Forest is a vast span of woods that surround the mountains. And it's almost like a wall between the Midra continent and Icewindale itself. And you can hear bits up ahead. Seems to be like barking at something. But he doesn't seem to be aggressively barking. In fact, sort of wagging his tail. And oh, sorry, she, right? Bits is a she? Brandee? No? Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Brandee may have just... Is Brandee there? Nope, she may have stepped away for a second. Oh, you are here. Okay.
Ah, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
No, we can't hear you if you are. You know, mic's not working.
It seems the travel across the spine of the world to the Icewindale has perhaps caused some technical issues, so we're not able to hear Ashanti right now. The frigid temperature, the mic needs time to adapt.
Okay. Yeah, try unplugging or plugging back in again. See what happens. Try disconnecting from Discord and joining again. But while you figure that out, Bits has rushed off ahead, as I mentioned. What's she saying? Okay, alright, cool. Alright. So, yes, about Bits. So, you realize what has got Bits in such a flustered mood, excited mood, as they suddenly come running back with an incredibly large stick between their jowls. And they seem to be excitedly wagging their tail as they hop back to you. And this doesn't look like an ordinary stick. This isn't made of wood. In fact, it looks almost metallic. Sort of straight. And it's about the length of... almost like the length of your great axe. It's It's got a supportive grip on one end as well. And yeah, you just see Bits jumping around in the snow, excited that they just found a brand new stick. But yeah, do we have you on voice yet? Have you? Nope. Not yet. Poor Bits waiting for a response from Ashanti, but she's frozen cold. All right. Tell you what. Oh wait. Hello? Nope. No voice yet. Oh wait. Hello?
What did you
There
find
you go.
there, Bits?
Okay, we got you. Good. Bits has found this long metallic stick. It's quite thin and it has a grip on one end. And you see Bits sort of bark, jump and twirl in the air, and then rush over to where they found it.
Oh,
And
good Bits. That is excellent. Okay, so I'm gonna walk over and see what Bits has found in the snow. And I have a shovel with me, so I may get the shovel out of my pack and dig away at whatever is sticking out of the snow.
yeah. As you're approaching, you see there is another stick, not too far off from the first one, and it is stuck just like almost like a pylon out of the snow. And you can only tell the little area where Bits has sort of pulled and dug out the first stick, and there's this there's just like this big dark hole where it was dug out, and
Okay.
a further it's in the trees as well. You can see a little ahead. There's another stick just sticking out of the snow.
Okay, I'm gonna be cautious. I'm gonna use the staff end of my halberd to poke the snow to see if there's any traps or anything that's gonna spring up suddenly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can
Uh,
check
i-
around.
if there is nothing that is springing up, I'll go ahead and take the shovel that I got out of my pack and dig around each of the poles to see what these are. Do I have a sense that they're weapons?
No, they don't really have a. Well, actually, tell a lie. There is a pointy end on one of the sticks, but
Okay.
it's not like it's a deadly looking spike. If anything, it's just sort of a blunted, stabby point, almost like you would imagine like a piton for hammering
Okay.
into like walls, but it's that on the end of a stick.
Okay.
But you will say, as you're shoveling around, you do find a weapon. This is a small sheathed dagger in just like a leather sheath. It's just sort of fallen, and it's just by the wayside. It's not
Okay.
it's not
I'll
stained
dig
with
it
blood or anything, though.
and examine it for any marks or a maker's mark on the actual dagger or like a noble's mark on
Hmm.
the sheath.
Roll me an investigation check. We have the first roll of
Okay.
Icewindale.
Woot, first
All right.
roll.
Okay, investigation. Y'all, I'm going to apologize in advance. Ashanti doesn't roll well on these things, but we'll see.
We shall see if you get there.
A 10.
10.
Above average. Which is
Not,
average.
it's not bad, but it's not what I was
Yeah.
looking for exactly. It looks well made, and you're not sure where this dagger has been crafted or designed.
I'm
But
going
you
to
don't.
go and pack it into my pack. And just I'll turn it in the nearest town but I am going to look to see if there's a body associated with this and somebody that I need to report to to the nearest town officials.
Okay.
So,
Well, you can see there's another barking from Bits, and this time they have sniffed something out. They seem to be digging at a nearby bough of a tree, and you would know as someone who's travelled out in these parts before. You've got proficiency in survival, don't you?
hmm
Yeah, you know the dangers of trees in deep snow. There's things known as tree wells, where snow builds up around the base of a tree, but because the canopy of the branches shelters the base where underneath the trunk, it kind of forms this long well of snow where it looks like the top of a tree. Where it look these massive pines, they're so huge you can't even tell if they're above the snow or if this is just the top, like the tip of the iceberg kind of mentality. There could be another like 10 feet of trunk underneath the snow.
okay.
But it's normally very dangerous because it's almost like a hidden pitfall. And you can see there seems to be a scuffling of branches where some of the branches don't have fresh snow on them, almost as if something's knocked them. And you can also spot what Little Bits is barking at. Seems to be a pack that may have just sort of come open and they're sort of sniffing around it,
Okay.
sniffing
Um,
clothes.
can I approach it even though I'm wearing my snowshoes, or do I have to take off the snowshoes
No,
to
you
okay.
can approach safely.
All right. And then I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing, which is using the staff end of my halberd to poke the snow to make sure that there's not a collapse in front of me. And then I will approach and say, "What'd you find, Bits?" Good dog. You're such a good girl. And I will pull the pack up and set it aside because if there's a pack, there may be a person.
Mhm.
And I'm going to shout, "Is anybody there? Is
Yes.
anybody is anybody here?"
As you're testing around on the ground, it looks as though there already is a collapse, and you can see now underneath the canopy of this tree, you sort of have to like duck down. You can see there seems to be this pair of boots sticking out of the snow,
All right. Okay.
upside down. And I
Okay.
think when you say, "Is anyone here?" you might see one of them twitch slightly.
Then I will immediately pull on the boots to see if I can pull this person straight up out of the snow, um, because they're not dead unless they're warm and dead. So
Well,
let me see if I
as you
can free this
grab
person.
onto the boots, grab a firm grip around the ankles, they are completely cold,
Okay.
like almost a cold metal, you could say. And they are really heavy. Maybe it's just because they're stuck all the way in the snow,
Oh,
but you might not be able to pull them out. You're gonna have to dig them out.
okay. That's I'm gonna go. Oh man, what have you been eating down there? And I'll get the shovel and start digging around this person, going, "Oh man, I'm coming." We don't leave people behind, and I'm not gonna leave you behind. Let me get you out of here, sir or ma'am.
The more and more you unveil as you dig deeper down, you see more and more metallic and sturdy parts to this humanoid creature. Seems to be crafted of a combination of metal and stone and bits of wood as well. That it's almost like a formidable suit of armor has been like shaped into a humanoid form. And I will let you describe the full form that now glistens in the cold sheen. What does this strange thing in the ice look like?
Yeah, so as you pull out the full form, you notice a couple things. One, yes, this is not a human, not an orc, not an elf, not anything like that. It's a creature made entirely out of metal and wood and stone, and it's sort of pieced together like like it's not alive. It's almost like it looks like a statue. But it is wearing brand new clothing. Like literally looks like they went to the store yesterday, bought what they thought was appropriate clothing for the winter and cold, and it's all spanking new, hasn't been used, not worn at all. Um, Including jacket and gloves and everything. And um, yeah, he starts to, I guess, get up now that he's free, and
Mhm.
he is the most medium-sized being, although maybe a little heavier. That sort of delays it, but the most medium-sized, like medium height, medium build to a T. Um, has still his toque on, still has a pair of snow goggles, sort of around the eye area, or what would be the eye area. Um, a solid metal face with a mouth that doesn't move, and a metallic mustache that seems to have been grafted on or glued on somehow. And yeah, that's my character.
I'm I'm so sorry. Is that a helmet? I don't think I've seen a helmet like that before.
No, that's not a helmet. That's just my face. Thank
But
you, though. I appreciate you getting me out of the snow. It's amazing that I'm not buried there anymore.
oh, I'm more than happy to help. Do we need to warm you up by a fire?
That would be appreciated, although I don't necessarily need to be warmed myself. I have that ability on my own, but if you have a fire nearby, that would help. Yes, we could probably do
No.
some rest. Thank you, and to your dog as well, I guess, for
Oh,
helping find me.
um, I'm Ashanti, and this is Bits. Um, if you don't mind my asking, who are you?
My name is 607. Pleased to meet you. Ashanti, pleased to meet you. Bits.
You're named 607?
I was named in sequential order, so yes, I am 607.
Oh, in sequential order of what? I'm sorry, I've just never met anybody like you. If the questions offend, it is not my intention, and you do not have to answer.
Not offensive. I am a soul creation, I guess, alone in the world now. But yes, I am the 607th, I guess, of my species.
That's amazing. I've traveled thousands of miles. I've never seen anyone like you before. Are 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 you a girl or a boy? Oh,
I
I'm sorry, that may be too personal. I
well,
apologize. My father says
I
I
have a
talked.
I have a mustache, and I've decided to identify as um on the male side, I would say. So you can call me a boy if that suits you.
Well, I've seen some dwarf women that have magnificent beards and mustaches.
That is
So,
a fair point, a fair point. But
well,
I am, I guess I am a boy.
607, I think I found your dagger, and there are
Oh,
some
thank you.
metal wooden points behind me.
Oh, my walking poles. Yes, I was
Oh,
told I would need these if I'm traveling north.
You see Bits has one of them in the jaws, and
Oh,
it's like dribbling all over
it's
it.
it's give him his stick.
yes,
You have
I
to
would
wrestle
appreciate.
from.
It is difficult to walk in the snow without them. But it makes it that they do make it easier, so I would appreciate.
Well, let's
Yeah.
let's go get it. Again, if this is absolutely inappropriate, just let me know. I tend to be direct, but do you require food or sustenance or
No,
what?
that's not necessary. I don't
Okay.
eat.
Do you
What?
drink?
You bits tilt their head to the side, confused.
Do you
I
drink?
don't drink. No, I don't drink. I don't need to
That's
drink anyway. I suppose I could drink, but no, I don't need to drink. I don't require
that,
sustenance of any kind.
that is so sad. Whatever God made you did you a disservice by not letting you be able to drink. I
Mm.
I
I
don't
find that
don't
most
tell my
people have
dad.
that reaction, but I
Mhm.
haven't had the desire. I've never known food, so I've never had a desire for food or drink
Oh,
of any kind.
okay. Well,
You said
Bits
your name was
refuses.
Ashanti.
let's go. Yeah, Ashanti. We'll go set up a fire and let you warm up a bit, and then I'm
Are
headed
you're heading
up
north as well?
to the 10 towns. Yes, I'm headed to the 10 towns. I don't know where. I haven't made a decision. Maybe we could travel together for a little bit.
Sure, I'm also heading up to. Is it not just one town called 10 Towns? I thought it was
No,
one town.
no,
Oh,
it's 10 separate towns. Um, my mother's from the north, although she didn't grow up at 10 towns.
oh,
She did every now and then
oh,
talk about them, and um, we
oh. So
had
you're going to visit your mother? Is that is that why you're heading north?
no. Um, I'm going for my father, but don't tell him
Oh,
if you meet him. Um,
you're visiting your
my
father. He's up north in the 10 Towns.
No, he's behind me.
Oh,
We
then you
can
should be
talk.
heading south.
Uh, it's my mother was killed and my father was wounded, and I am
Ah,
hoping
revenge.
to find s- a way of helping him. Maybe there's some sort of cure up here, or I can earn enough gold to hire the proper healers and weep, or
Is your
earn
mother's killer up north? Should we take revenge on her?
no. He is gone to the worms and the slugs and the creeping things
Oh,
upon the earth.
that's wonderful.
Okay, well,
Bits, by the way, whoever's got animal handling can try and get this stick from Bits, but they're
Mm.
refusing to give up their new favorite stick. They found
uh,
it, finders keepers.
uh, you know what? I'm just going to, when we settle down and cook lunch, I'm going to leave the stick alone, but Bits will trade anything for food.
Oh,
Okay.
anything for food.
Anything.
Okay.
So
I believe
I
I
know
do
that
have. Do I have food? I don't know if I didn't. I did
I'll,
not pick
I'll
up any food.
I'll feed
And
Bits in a minute.
if
She'll
if
get
you did if you did have food, Bits probably already went through your backpack and ate it. That was what
Oh,
probably they
mm.
could smell.
this is better
I
trade than
I
that.
apologize to Bits, but I don't have any food for you for
It's
him
okay.
her.
I will Bits enough. You know better. Lay down.
Is Bits a boy or a girl?
Bits is a girl.
I thought so. Okay.
This
Her
is a girl.
brother is Bob's, and Bob's is Ayala's dog.
Oh,
All right.
Bits and Bobs, kind of like me. I'm Bits and Bobs as well.
All right. Well, 607. As soon as I feed Bits, she'll give you your stick back. But let's. Is there anything else we need to gather up? I gave you your dagger. We know where the other sticks that Bits don't have are. Is there
I
anything
had
else?
the other stick. I have all my stuff here. I bought my snowshoes. I have my walking well, I have one walking pole. I have my clothing that's keeping me warm. I have a backpack and I have some rope. I have a torch. I bought a lot of stuff to prepare for this trip. So I think I am well prepared to handle everything that the North can throw at me, except for that hole back there.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's what new acquaintances are for.
Yes,
Let's
you're the
let's
first person I've met really on this trip. That's talked to me for more than 2 minutes. So thank you.
obliged.
All right. With that, it becomes over the coming days painfully aware of 607's incompetence in traversing this landscape. They keep stumbling, probably fall down a couple more holes, and Bits has to dig you out. And but all the while, this sort of fusion of machine and magic walks with a purposeful stride north, leaving behind the Shiverpine forests and into a world of cold tundra. So, we will zoom back out again as you begin to near on one of the 10 towns known as Bremen. In fact, is there anyone even to zoom back out to? Let me just check. Yes, there is one. Well, we'll see about that. Everyone, we're gonna drag you back to Bremen's map now. Because it makes sense. Introduce our last character. So, change the theme. That voice changer, by the way, that's amazing. The voice sounds so cool. Like, I actually really imagine there is a robot talking every time.
Yeah. It's got just a hint of Julian in it still, though. I can still hear, like, which I kind of like, to be honest. It gives it that humanity behind the robot, almost. I kind of like.
I toned down a lot of the robotic reverb stuff for it, so
Yeah, sometimes the voice changer stuff can go a bit heavy on that.
Nice. Go to the prelude map. Okay.
yeah.
All right. So we zoom back out, and as you're traveling north, the city you recently just came from, Ashanti, failed to mention, in fact, during your montage, whilst you were trading and doing things in Weep, there's been a boom of business in Weep recently, and one that is not of the usual kind. Weep has always been a superstitious city. It has long since had an aversion to magic, and there used to be a law in place that treated all magical items as contraband, and any such items would have been completely confiscated from you upon entering. But this time, it seems it's the talk of the town. Everyone is wearing fancy new trinkets, baubles, all kinds of jewelry that seems to glisten with a hint of magical sheen. And yeah, all the docks are like full of boats. They seem to be hoarding off of these like strange artifacts, like stone tablets, vases with runic inscriptions carved on them. Yeah, the town has taken an interesting turn. And you also heard rumor that there's a new captain of the guard that seems to be the one responsible for this shift in law. Captain Monty Pot is his name, and he seems to be bringing back the magic to this once dreary coastal town. This once oppressive coastal town, in fact. But now seems to be alive once again, and at the heart of this city is a shop that is capitalizing on the booming magical business. Because there were no shops set up before, someone had to be opportunistic and jump the take the leap of faith, so to speak. So as we lazily drift through one of these canals, we see the statue of Raziel, which is the angel of the city, known to be a guide and sharer of knowledge. And we wind through one of these twisting canals. We see all the domed ceilings of this beautiful city. And right at the heart, we find a small little workshop slash like wonders and trinkets. It is, I think, called Opalkind, if I'm not mistaken, or is it the Gleaming Opal?
Yeah, the gleaming
Yes.
opal.
Okay.
But those that go there regular know it as Barry's bits and bobs, relics and repairs.
More bits and bobs. Oh my god, I can feel like the name of this party already is coming. All right. So here we have this little quaint trinket shop. We zoom in from the front door. There's all kinds from what I've already kind of mentioned, these like weird stone tablets to wands that seem to be duct taped together. There's broken vases that have been all glued, all the pieces reassembled. There's books that have been restored with new covers, and potions with mismatched cork tops and bottle caps. There's a sound of hammering or tinkering coming from below the workshop. And we'll head downstairs to find out what that sound is. We see at the workbench a dwarf. And would you like to describe this dwarf to us?
So,
Please?
like a teapot, he is short and stout,
Mhm.
big bushy beard with a few plaits in it, and then the top of his hair is shaved and tied up like in the icon. And sadly, not true to the picture, he is more wearing his natural hide armor. And
Hmm.
he's got his light hammer in hand, and he's looking very frustrated. On his worktop is all different knickknacks that he's been working on, but there's this one that clearly he's taken some aggression to, as it's in the vice, and he's swinging his light hammer at it.
Clang. This echoing seems to go out into the streets. People are probably going to have to file a noise complaint soon. But each strike, you hope this thing will shatter in any moment. You want this thing to break. You can tell this dwarf is hitting it with such ferocity. It's like, this isn't him forging something or repairing something. Oh no. They're clearly meant to destroy it. Almost to, imagine Gimli trying to destroy the One Ring. He's going at it with all sorts of tools.
He's smashing at it and then pulling on the vice to try and tighten it to crush it, and then smashing at it again, and back and forth.
And at this point, you do see a crack suddenly open up in this bizarre trinket. But it isn't a crack showing a fault of some kind. It is a crack of light that seems to suddenly blind you, almost like a laser shooting around the room. And then it seems to rise up from your grip or the vice, almost like pushing it aside. You can hear the creaking of the wood of the table with the vice is attached to, and it seems to oscillate as it rises up into the air.
Oh no. Oh no.
The lights begin to flicker in multi-colors, dazzling, reflecting off of all the other trinkets in this room. You can hear a rattling, a shaking in the room as it reverberates further and further, twisting the space in front of you. You can see it warping and opening up a rift of some kind. And you're immediately hit with a freezing cold wind and air.
He points his hammer at it, and he's just like, "Don't you fucking dare."
With a whoosh, almost in response to your exclamation, you feel the sucking wind of this cold winter breeze pull you towards it. And with it, you see papers, bits of trays with nuts and bolts on them. You see a lampshade fly in there. Another trinket from the wall is ripped off, a dream catcher that you just finished putting together. Another bone trinket seems to fly off, all being sucked towards it, and you're holding onto your workbench as hard as you can. Is there anything you reach for as you grip onto the... as you're about to be sucked inside?
His tools.
The
And
whole
his-
workbench, practically.
Yeah, pretty
All of
much.
your tools are splayed out, right? You've had all of them
Yeah.
working on this thing, so the whole workbench just gets almost pulled in. The workbench itself is like snapped into splinters, but all the tools flow through. On your wall, there is a framed letter that is your introduction to the guilds of the of Weep, and that too, the glass shatters and the letter is suddenly pulled in.
I managed to grab it as I'm going through and nearly almost get clipped by an ice pick.
Oh god. Yeah, that one's just freshly repaired. And then finally, your lunchbox, which you didn't get round to eating because you were so angry. Yeah, that's still in one piece. Thankfully, the food stays inside. It's a hardy lunchbox. It served you well as a tinkerer. And then, yeah, that flies and hits you in the back of the head as you fall through this portal. And I'm going to jump and bounce back to Wealgeist and Hulla and everyone as you're all converging in on Brennan. There's this white...
I mean, that was the coolest thing ever. That was so cool.
Thank you.
Everyone sees this in the center of town as you've all freshly arrived. It's not long before suddenly this portal at near the docks, like a big open space near the docks, suddenly rips open, and you see all of these things flying through, tools, workbenches, lunchbox, just all falling into the fresh snow right before you, Hulla, as you were just making your way to the docks. And Ashanti, you're with 607, and Bit suddenly barks as an alert to everyone, and you all look around to see, yes, this stout dwarf suddenly fall through the portal, almost still spinning, and just landing with a heavy thud right into the snow.
Yeah.
And Wealgeist, you see that from afar, and you rush over too. So everyone's here.
Roll over, start scuttling to pick things up.
How does everyone react to this dwarf suddenly falling through a hole in the world?
I am going to grip my halberd.
Will
I'm going to say Bit's guard.
Oh.
Okay.
So that she knows that something is afoot and that it's no longer playtime. And then I'm gonna say 607, I have no idea what just happened. This is not normal.
Okay, I'll be ready then, and I will hold firebolt in case something happens.
Come on.
Hulla is not going anywhere near the portal. But if there's any trinket or item that fell near her, she's gonna sort of bend down, kind of idle and curious, and pick them up. But again, does not want to get any closer.
Beef, you have broken the law. No.
Yeah. Wealgeist will approach cautiously, perhaps one hand on one of the arrows at his at his dagger, but seeing like the dwarf and seeing that he just seems to be scuttling around, he will speak up.
You need help there, dwarf.
No. Just leave me alone. Not the time, not the place.
Is the portal still there?
The portal has quickly closed, and it converses and seems to solidify into an object that's still spinning with scintillating colors. for just a moment longer before it seems to suddenly obey the laws of gravity and fall with a thud onto this dwarf's chest.
Oh,
Can you
Uh,
go anywhere in that thing?
In-
How is that for traveling?
and what do you mean?
The thing in the hole in the air?
Oh,
The thing on your chest
no.
made a portal. You fell out of a portal.
No, not by choice. I don't like it. Oh, he stands up.
Where did you come from?
None of your fucking business. I come from wherever I'm from, and I'm here now. Oh, what have we got here? No, 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 no. This is not happening. No.
Well,
Oh,
welcome
Okay.
to 10 Towns, Brennan specifically, I guess.
fuck is a Brennan?
It is the town you're in
Oh,
the Icewindale.
are we really doing this? All right. And he points at each of you and goes, right, no time for names, I guess. You're number 1, you're number 2, you're number 3, you're number 4, and you're a dog. Cool.
I'm number 607. Just to
No,
clarify.
you're number 2. What's our mission here? What are we doing?
A mission, I am just. I don't know what you mean in this regard.
Like,
I
this.
I would echo that for the human. 607 and I just got here. I don't know any of you.
Is
No,
your
this,
life in danger? I can
no,
help you if your life's in danger.
this is what happens, isn't it? People come together, decide to go on an adventure, they save wherever the hell they have to save.
I mean,
Oh, you don't just come together. You save each other's lives and become friends over stories.
And you
Yeah,
kill people.
yeah, that
Sometimes you kill people. Yeah.
I mean, a dwarf just fell out of a mysterious hole in the sky. That could be considered a sign that that some sort of great purpose is afoot, I guess. But it's not a sign that I am wise enough to interpret.
There's
Sign
others
from
from
your
the
gods.
others from the
Ashanti,
town
is
have
this
also
the one
gathered.
that?
Sorry, go.
Okay, so Ashanti, is this the one that killed your mother? We can kill him. Then.
No, I have trouble.
Oh, are you sure? If he's a murderer, we can kill him. That's allowed.
I've not murdered anyone that hasn't
Did you
attacked me.
did you try to kill her father too? Because that would be we could kill you for that too.
I don't even know who she is, other than number 4.
Oh, you were counting round that way.
Wait, which way?
Actually, no,
I thought I
I'm
was
kind of
number 2.
confused. If 6 or
Yeah.
7 is 2, then what number
No,
am I?
I'm 607, but I'm also number 2. But then if Shashanti is number 6, then you went the opposite way. But then nobody's beside me on the other way, so it doesn't make sense. You're a very strange person.
I pointed at random.
Oh.
Then what number was I? Just think if that's how we're doing this, I guess.
Number 3.
Okay, I like that number.
Number 3, I'm number 2. Ashanti is number 6. The other half orc, what number are you? Are you number 1?
I don't know. I didn't think he was talking to me. I'm Hulla.
I am Wealgeist.
Hmm.
I am 607.
No, you don't have to be a number. It's okay. There's
That's my given name. Well, no,
given
my assigned designation.
sign
Oh,
designation.
it's its name. Just we're gonna go with it. You said your name's Hula?
Hullablat.
Hello.
Hullablat. Rhymes with Mullacat. or
Interesting.
cull of fat, or
Okay.
it doesn't rhyme with a lot of things.
I'm
Quick out of
Ashanti.
character aside, isn't Malaket the name of a god, or am I misremembering that?
I don't have a clue.
No
I
idea.
swear that's like a goblin god or something, but I might be
So-
misremembering.
You hear the other townsfolk are sort of gathered around, they're all whispering, "What is happening? Where's that portal? What the?" And then some of them are saying, "Something ominous about that guy." And they seem to be whispering amongst themselves. And one of them has seemingly pushed and barged past the other crowd and says, "I've got a mission for you, and it ain't standing around shouting numbers all day.
Finally, someone speaks up.
Aye. Good to see a fellow dwarf as well.
All right.
Great barrel bore at your service. But you'll be at my service soon enough. You see, this town, it needs supplies. And I mean, before the night. We ain't got time to be bickering and hollering in the streets.
And she,
There's fish to be caught out there. We need knucklehead trout if we're to survive through tonight. And you'll 5 of you, 6, whatever. Seem like you're capable adventurers. I'm sure you can catch a fish, right? You look like you've got some fishing gear, in fact. Points to Ashanti, to Hulla.
I've heard about the knucklehead trout. What is the price for catching the trout?
Well, it'll be 4 copper a piece for a knucklehead trout. For every
And-
knucklehead you bring back.
And who gets the scrimshaw?
Huh?
And who gets the scrimshaw? The ivory that is used for the knucklehead
Right.
trout.
I thought you were talking about his trinket. There is actually a scrimshaw pickaxe on the floor. It's just being picked up.
No,
Oh, no, it's actually a pepper shaker.
I'm sorry. The knucklehead trout are prized not just for their meat, because they're enormous, but also for the bones that are used to carve for ivory. So if that's not if that was in the books but it's not in the game, I apologize.
Oh, no. That's fine. In fact, he hadn't even considered this. He seems to be stroking his beard for a moment. So I'll tell you what, Shanti, you can roll me a persuasion check because you're trying to actually get more out of this.
Okay. Again, this is not Ashanti's forte. Whacking with an axe is my forte. Come on. Open. All right. Persuasion.
You can hear a bunch of sled dogs in the back. They seem to be riled up from this portal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, again,
Well, obviously, we'll be getting the bones. You're just here to get the fish. The fish is...
Then 4 copper is nothing.
But
4
sometimes
copper is...
if you help the fishermen, they let you eat some of the fish. It's
What
the
if in
fish-
terms of the scrimshaw we split 70-30? You keep most, we get a small percentage. That seems fair.
You hear a couple of other nearby adventurers. These are the ones on the axe beaks that I mentioned before, Hulla. And for you who have no idea what I'm talking about, an axe beak is an incredibly large bird. It's so big you can actually ride it, and their beaks are shaped, funnily enough, like an axe. Here is an example of one. Big, white, tawny feathers, and their feet are so wide that they don't seem to sink into the snow. It's like they got built-in snowshoes. And atop these, you can see there is a female halfling and a female tiefling, and there's even a male Goliath, but he seems to be not on his axe beak at the moment. And they speak up. He says, "You're damn right, 4 copper isn't enough. It's a bloody scam."
Oh.
Sorry,
And
that was me.
beep, beep, beep. Yeah, you're just adjusting some parameters. And he says, "A scam? What? This is about survival. The town needs fish. And
So
what
Which-
other?
what?
There's not much game
what-
elsewhere, is there?"
Yeah, what you're telling me though is that you're desperate. You don't have a lot of fish. You need fish to feed the town, so you should pay us more for that.
If there is limited to supply and a great demand, that would suggest a higher price.
You hear the female halfling speak up. "He's not just desperate for fish. He's desperate for fishermen."
All right, then pay us by the pound.
You pay us more. by the
Yeah,
pound.
not per fish, per pound of fish.
Oh, you're driving a hard bargain, aren't you? Well, all right. As you seem like you're the only capable ones around, can't really turn you down. How can I? Well, we can. The others say, "We already turned him down once, and we're gonna be gladly on our way." In fact, they look at you guys and say, you just go here, by the way. You should get yourself some axe beaks. They're the best way to
Oh.
travel around."
Are you
Thank you
giving
for that
me yours?
advice.
Do you have
And-
some?
Well, there are some sellers here, I think, but they're like 50 gold a piece or something. So you might need to save up.
That's a lot of
Gotta-
fish.
You're gonna have to catch a lot of fish. You see them sort of gathering up their wares, and the male Goliath seems to speak up. Says, "Come on, that mountain isn't gonna climb itself. All right. Good luck with the fish. And
Wait, you're going to the mountain?
yes,
What's in the mountain?
they look at each other for a moment. Well, gee. There's a house up on the mountain. People people say they saw the owner's dog just roaming free, and it seemed agitated. And it's not often you see someone without their dog in Icewindale. He pointing case. He gestures towards you, Ashanti.
Do I believe him that this is actually what they're heading up?
Yeah, you can roll an insight check.
Excellent.
So 15. Yeah, they seem a little bit cagey about what's really going on, but it's hard to know exactly what has happened to this adventurer. Maybe that, or what their true intentions are. Like, it seems like the facts seem to track, but like their true intentions, not exactly sure. Seems a lot of people here in Icewindale may be opportunistic, and they're all out for themselves, like trying to survive out here. But something may have actually happened to the owner. You gather that much. Anyway,
Oh,
it's in Kelvin's Cairn. We'll be crossing open tundra, though.
Calvin's Ken.
Cairn.
cairn. Calvin's
Yeah.
cairn.
The owner's name is Garrett, I believe. I think he's setting up. I think last we heard about him, he was setting up an expedition. Maybe he was trying to get to the top of the mountain, but who knows? But if his dog's causing a fuss in the town, then something may have happened to him.
And so you're going to investigate to make sure he's okay.
Exactly.
Are you
Now,
going to save a life? I can help.
we'll be faster on our axe beaks. We'll go ahead. We'll be crossing open tundra as well. I'm
Wundra.
afraid to say it. Tundra. I'm afraid to say he'll only slow us down, but feel
I
free
am
to catch
quite
up if you
capable on
wish.
snow. I have snowshoes. I can keep up.
I doubt you can keep up with an axe beak. And he kicks the stirrups, and you see the axe beak let out a claw and begin thump, 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 rushing forward.
May your
And the
pack's
others-
hunt be successful.
They go, thanks. Oh, and wait, was there something I was supposed to tell them? And the female tiefling cut its sighs. Yes, Perilu, you was going to tell them why this is all a scam, and why this Bryn, what's his name, Beryl Boar shouldn't be trusted. And you guys, oh, why is that again? Asterix? Because of the what's in the lake. And the female halfling goes, oh yeah, the reason why he needs fishermen is, and you hear the Grinks the dwarf shout, I don't need to know all the little details. It's just a fishing trip. It'll be fine.
If there are dangers to the fishing trip, we should be aware of them so we can adjust the price appropriately.
That's what we said, and he didn't. So the deal is off. And with that, you see Perilu, this little halfling, kick the stirrups, and she begins to waddle off with her axe beak. Sorry, Asterix shortly follows afterwards as well. Ah, they had to open their damn mouths. Look, whatever's in there ain't gonna cause you any trouble. The knucklehead trout, that's what you want to be worried about. They're a pretty strong fish.
I think you should tell us. We'll fish better if we know. I've been helping, but I've never been out on the boat yet.
Well, it's just fish. Look, I'll tell you what. A whole gold for each fish. We don't have any scales, so we can't even weigh them. But a gold of fish, that's gotta be worth your time, right?
A god of fish and 20% of the ivory.
Take the ivory if you really want. You're gonna have to stick around until we've picked them clean. Ain't letting no food go to waste.
Agreed, it would be a shame to let any food go to waste.
All right. Look, the boat's here. You're gonna have to drag him out across the lake. You see, the ice half the lake's frozen over. And, well, there's only a few fishing spots left. But if you head that way, kind of points out, take 2 boats. You could probably fit about 4 people in each, but don't overdo it. If you break any of my boats, you'll be paying the cost for them.
I'm okay with that.
Understood.
All right, well then, be back by nightfall. You don't want to be out on the ice when it gets even colder. Yes, it can get colder. And by the way, lad, you might want to put something on. You look like you're going blue. And he points to you, the dwarf, on the floor. Well, you're gathering up your things at this point, but yeah, you are already freezing your nuts off.
Yeah, where can I get any gear? I guess.
There's shops around. You've got the 5 Tavern Centre over that way. You've got Buried Treasures is another inn. But there's shops usually around the taverns. Could probably pick up some winter clothing.
All right.
Don't go out there without it.
Off we
Don't
go
get it
then.
wet either.
And I'll just-
And I'll meet you back in one of the taverns. Probably the black bearded son. He points over towards like the town square. There's 5 taverns. Each of them are owned by a brother. I'll be in the black bearded brother. All right. And he starts waddling off.
Mm.
Good luck out there.
Mhm.
Let's
And
go.
it's shortly after. There's more townsfolk still around who have been gathered, and as you're picking up your things, Barry, someone else nearby has helped you pick something up. The Dreamcatcher seemed to be handing it to you. It is Did you come face to face with them? They are an elf. They seem to be hooded, with a big puffy green hood.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. Couldn't help but overhear your conversation.
Yeah, fish. Gonna go kill them. Get some gear. What of it?
You spoke of something in the waters, and I would be amiss if I didn't warn you. There's already been, well, a few disappearances. Some fishermen did not come back.
Yeah, I kind of gathered that. So, do you know what it is or not? Or are you just wasting time?
I wish to know what it is as well. I am here on as a sort of missionary of myself.
So
Um,
what's that information worth, and what's it worth if we happen to kill it?
I don't wish for you to kill this. In fact, I wish you wouldn't even run into it. The beast is said to be quite large. People who've sighted it said that it is dangerous and is able to easily topple boats. In fact, and she gestures towards one of them. See that hole in the front? You can actually see that one of the boats, there's a chunk of it missing. That boat, I believe, was found by another set of fishermen, completely abandoned in the open water.
All right. So what's that information?
I am trying to document the wildlife and nature here. Apologies, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Tali. I'm a researcher. The cold climate and natural wildlife seems to be undergoing a strange change. Trying to understand it. And, well, if you could give me just even a description of the creature, it would be greatly appreciated. I don't have much in the way of a reward, but perhaps, well, I'll see what I can gather from my research, see if that can help you. I just didn't want any of you to go into this lake uninformed. It's supposedly a monster out there, the size of an ox. Some say it's close to the size of a house. But whether it's a monster or a whale, or just a large fish, I'd like to document its description, its habitat, anything really. Just here. She hands you a notebook, Barritomus.
Okay, so now I'm a documenter on top of all this. Cool. Right. In case you guys want to know, this is Tali. You guys seem to like, names and whatnot. Wants to know what the monster is in the lake. Cool. If you want to deal with them, that's fine. And I got gear to get, and I just start walking off to get gear.
Mm-hmm.
I'll join you to get gear. I know the good stuff.
All right.
Oh, should do.
How long have Ashanti and 607 been in this town? Do we even have like a place to stay, or I mean, did we just appear in the town when all this happened?
You all kind of gathered as a result of the portal opening, and that's what drew the attention of not only you but a couple of the other townsfolk.
Okay.
So,
But do 607 and I have a room at an inn, or
no, I'd say you're pretty fresh arrivals.
okay?
The only one who's been
Um,
here and has been living here is Hulla.
okay. Do any of
And
y'all
yeah,
have somewhere to stay, um, or an idea of where to shop for the best clothes?
No,
Well, I've been staying with the Church of Hades, but they're just dorms and they're only for the servants of the temple. So there's inns. Like he said, there's 5 inns.
Do you recommend one?
The Buried Treasures is a good
All
one.
right. I think that was mentioned as a place to get your clothes. Can you lead us to the Buried Treasure Inn?
I guess. You sure you don't want to go fishing first?
I think that we need to uh, get the dwarf his equipment first.
Okay.
uh,
I'll help.
I'll start readying the boat whilst you do what you need to do.
Okay, so I'll
Okay.
take the others.
I'll take
the,
the dwarf to get shopping clothes.
Then, well, we're all going to go to this Buried Inn.
the buried treasures.
Buried
Buried
Treasures
Treasures
Inn.
and
Yeah.
All right.
So the
We'll
friendly, we
follow
go
you.
there first. You see the buried treasures. It's an inn catering to treasure seekers, and you remember this. Hulla, a couple of individuals used to come in here and talk about their wondrous finds and such. And Cora is here, and Cora Mulfoon is her name. Should people want to take notes? Copy these names out. There you go. She greets you. She says, "Oh, welcome, welcome. Please, make yourselves at home. Welcome to my humble inn. Sorry
Hi.
for the mess." And she just clears up a nearby plate.
Hi, Cora. This is
Uh,
someone who might want to rent a room, I think.
Oh,
yes,
Hulla, it's good to see you.
my friend and I, 607, would like to have a room here.
Oh, yes,
How
of
much
course.
for a night?
See, gosh, I believe it's only like silver or so.
Okay,
Depends.
fair enough. Um, I will give her a silver, and I will ask which room is ours.
Oh, it's certainly yes. It's right this way.
Okay.
And again, sorry for the mess. Uh, she's it's not that bad of a mess, but she seems to be apologizing profusely anyway. She picks up a. It's actually 2 silver, but that's fine. She seems to be giving you a discount because you know Hulla. Anyway, she takes you upstairs and she pauses momentarily and seems to fiddle with the keys in her hands before sort of just nodding to herself, like almost confirming, let's just open this and get on with it. But yeah, she opens
I'm
up the door and you see a very nicely tidy room.
okay. I am going to actually gesture to 607 to follow me up to the room, and I'm gonna say, 607. We should probably leave our packs here. Bits can guard them. While we're out on the ice, I don't know how steady these boats are, and we don't want to lose all of our equipment. But Bits is an excellent guard dog, and I will see to it that she gets a bowl of stew or scraps or something, uh, maybe a bone to chew on while we are out. Um, if you want to take your stuff with you, I understand, but I'm gonna leave my pack behind. Just take my fishing gear and my weapons in case there is a monster.
Will you
That's a
be?
good point. I'll listen to you. I'll leave most of my stuff behind.
Cora, do you have old stew bone that my dog can chew on to entertain her?
Oh, yes, of course. Um,
Okay.
I will grab something for her. Are you just taking the one room? Yes.
Yes. 607 and I have been camping together for a while,
Okay.
and I feel very comfortable with
Oh,
them. I don't know about, there's a couple of other people with us. I don't know if they're going to take rooms or not. So,
that's a relief. This is actually the only room I have left.
oh, well, then it is
Uh,
fortuitous and well met.
The
she says,
victory is ours.
she says this, uh, these cupboards, I must explain, these still have, uh, my son's clothes in them, but this is his old room. But it's fresh, clean sheets, it's clean bed. I've made sure it's habitable, but there's some of his old stuff here. That's all I'm trying to explain.
Oh, I'm I'm so sorry. I didn't realize we were supposed to be down here.
No,
I
no,
apologize.
this is fine. This is the only room I have, but he hasn't been back in a while. Um,
Well, we will
she seems to have
have
a
to
sad expression on her face. She says
talk
this.
more about your son when we return. We are off to fish for knucklehead trout. Do you have any advice for us?
Oh, Knucklehead. Yes. Be careful. They're strong. They can bite your fingers off.
I am going to divest myself of my pack, get out my
Get us.
fishing gear, and I am going to. Bits has wandered over and sniffed the beds, chosen a bed, and gotten up on a nice, soft, warm mattress outside.
Mhm.
And I'm going to say, Bits guard until I return. And Bits is going to go from the playful, silly dog to a much more serious, wary dog.
Mm.
And 607, if you'll put your pack over on the bed with mine, Bits will make sure nobody gets into your stuff. And
Um. Okay.
these
Hello.
clothes,
Should
Cora,
close.
I'm so sorry. These clothes, Cora, could they possibly fit a dwarf? We have a dwarf who's
Uh.
inadequately dressed
She
for this adventure.
she is a human, so her son would be human as well, which
All
means
right.
they are unlikely to fit a dwarf.
Okay.
And also, whilst this is going back and forth and mentioning her son, Hulla, it is odd. You remember her son being um, here and like actually caring for you whilst you recovered. They were always helpful around the house, and then you remember this a few days later they started to show a meanness towards his mother. His name is Huara Huarawa. Harawa. Flipping out, that's hard. I'll type it into the chat. There's yeah, you remember him sort of seemingly getting a little bit more antisocial as time went on, and his demeanor seemed to shift. And it seemed to happen sometime after Cora found what looked like a shard of black ice in her son's room. And you remember this sort of interaction, Hulla? And that was when you decided to sort of leave and see if you could make yourself a home somewhere else, like in the church, because the household got a little more and more unsteadily, like, unfriendly. Like there were threats. You remember hearing shouting from the rooms. His son was like threatening to, uh, like stab her in the night or something. It got really bad, and so you decided you would just get out of there and go to the church at that point. Um, and yeah, you're not surprised to hear that he hasn't been here. You're not surprised to hear that he's gone away. But she seems to still care and seems to still really be upset about his missing.
Do I know if he had a dog?
He did not know.
Okay. So he's not the one who's gone missing then, that the
No, that was
Huntsmaidens were looking
Garrett.
for. Garrett. Okay.
Yeah. So Garrett's on the mountain, and this guy's Cora's son.
Okay. Cora,
So yeah, it is. Go on.
it-
Sorry.
he, did your son come back? Or he was, well, has he apologized? Or did he do something to you?
I don't want an apology. I just want him to come home. I don't know where he's gone. Those tieflings, they came and took him away. He left with them willingly, of course, but I remember he taking that shard with him. You know, the one I found?
I
That
know the
black
one.
ice, whatever it is.
And they never said what it was. Did they?
Every time I did, he would snap at me. He'd shout, threaten me with it. I don't know what's gone into him, but I hope it's just a phase. I hope he comes back and forgets all of it. I just miss him so badly. I hope he's still alive. I don't know what these tieflings want with him, but oh, I remember they wore amulets. They looked kind of like the same that Huarwal had in his possession. I don't know why maybe they gave it to him, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. I know where they went. I think they said they were taking him to one of the castles. I don't know which one, but there's only 2 castles in 10 towns. So it's either Caer Dineval or Caer Konig.
Koenig. Well, did they say why? How do you know? I can help you look for him, but we have to go fishing first. But I mean,
Of
after.
course. Sorry. Yeah, no. It's not a pressing matter. He's been gone a while now. I just thought that he would return on his own volition, but I'm just starting to worry a lot.
Well,
Maybe he's cooled off, but maybe he still hates
I
me for
didn't
some reason.
I didn't like the way he was treating you. He was mean. And he wasn't always mean, right? That
No,
was new.
he was always such a lovely son. He'd always help with the chores. It was about 2 months ago when it all started changing. He went out, I remember. Oh, that's right. He joined a search party. He was looking for Speaker Shalescar. You know, the town speaker.
I
He went
remember.
missing again during one of the blizzards one afternoon. the speaker was brought back safe and sound as usual, but I remember Huarwal had got separated from the others. Apparently, he didn't find his way home until the following morning, and I remember he had frostbite. He could barely walk. He looked like worse for wear than you.
I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah, well,
Maybe the
let me
ice.
tell you.
Maybe he's been taken by the ice madness. You know, people go. Well, it happened to the town speaker. People don't come back from that sometimes. Just
I
the
dread to
ice is a
think.
curse.
Oh no, she seems to almost become a little bit upset.
But
Just
if
what am I
we,
gonna
if
do? What am I gonna do? A curse? I can't deal with this.
Um, there. And Ashanti pats her on the shoulder.
well, we've said, I've said that I'm going to go fishing, but when I come back, I'll go to the castle and I'll see,
You
and
will? You'll look for him for me,
I can help. I can bring him back if well,
please.
if I can.
And,
That's
or if he
what I'm
doesn't
supposed
come
to
back,
do.
if he doesn't come back, at least just let me know that he's safe, that he's okay.
I don't know if I'm supposed to lie. Am I supposed to lie?
Yeah.
Uh, I'll save his life if I can. I don't want to say any more than
Wait,
that.
save his life? You think he's in mortal danger?
No,
Oh goodness.
this is where you say we'll do what we can, and then we leave.
We'll do what we can
Um,
and then we leave.
And then you
give
leave.
607 and I a moment in the room, and we'll follow you down to the tap room below. If you'll give us just a second.
Okay. I'll go down to the tap room with Gora and try
Okay.
and comfort her in the most awkward way possible.
Yeah.
607. I have grown to become fond of you over our travels together, and so please take this warning as a friendly gesture, but don't tell people you don't know what your true capabilities are, because sometimes people that you think are friends are actually enemies, and they'll use that knowledge against you. So I admire you offering to keep up with the axe speaks, um, but they shouldn't know that you can travel that fast until we know that they're friends.
Ah, I see your point. I
Okay.
also see you as a person.
Thank you. Thank you for seeing me as a person as well.
And
And Bits will guard our stuff. Bits is very well trained as guard duty, and so she will absolutely take care of our stuff while we're out. I guess I could offer to let Cora leave anything of hers here, but it sounds like she's got her own place here in town.
You mean
yes,
Hulla?
Hulla.
we should probably get Cora some shoes as well. She seemed to be barefoot and it's cold outside, so
It's true.
I
What on earth are you doing?
I was barefoot most of my childhood, but that was in the South, so I can't imagine being barefoot up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we go catch up
Yes.
to
Yes.
Hulla and
Let-
the
let-
dwarf whose name we don't know yet? Maybe he's number 8 or something. Maybe that's why
hmm,
he's so fond of numbers.
I don't know, but I think it's funny that you're 6 and 7 if you actually counted numbers. So
607, 607,
I know,
607,
I know.
0607.
So you're 0 and 6 and 7. Okay. So you're three numbers amongst that group. I love that. It means you're three persons. Okay, we'll go
I can
catch
be
up with
many
the rest of
things.
them.
All right. So you catch up, and they are already approaching the taverns.
Oh, did you
Around-
buy clothes already?
Well,
Yeah.
we'll have to actually get that done. You see him, he's probably up against one of the markets right now. There's this semicircle around a central yard in the heart of Brenham, and 5 of these buildings are the taverns, and you're sort of nestled in between them are like stalls and like a market. There is no one around in this market, even though it's the middle of the day. You'd be expecting people to be out here buying stuff, but everyone's locked indoors trying to stay warm by the looks. And you have to go knocking on a door to find out if they're even open or not. But you do hear a voice calling, yeah, we're open. Come in.
All right then. Go in, I guess. Why's your market closed? How do you
Keep the
make?
wind. The market, there's not much food, not much supplies. Do you think we got fresh fruit around here? No.
Why do you live in this hellhole?
This
You tried-
wasn't a hell. There's a summer and a spring that is unlike anything you will ever see in the world. It's the most beautiful time of the year in this place. That was many years ago now. Now the everlasting Rime. Now we've been cursed by Oril.
So what I'm hearing is you had years to relocate and you're still here.
This is our home. We're not just gonna get up and leave.
Well, you wouldn't be the first, wouldn't be the last.
When we're hardy folk, we've managed to survive up till now.
All right, well, if you're hardy, then I guess stop complaining and sell me some stuff.
What do you need?
Snow gear.
Heavy furs?
Yep, you got it.
He gets a big, heavy pack of furs and dwarf size, eh? Okay,
I'm guessing you have a fit, with
we do.
yeah, dwarf fisher.
Got these off a Doragar we killed the other day.
Oh, great. Been cleaned
Uh.
or straight out?
The bloodstains have been washed out, but there's a few patches we had to stitch up, stab wounds and the like. But it'll fit you.
And what's that gonna set me back?
It'll be picks you up and down for a moment. That's 10 gold.
Hmm.
It should be less because it's used
Yeah, exactly what he
and
said.
stabbed. There are holes where there should not be holes.
And I also now know that there was blood on it. Washed or not, I've got to live with that.
If you want, I can put holes in your clothing.
Oh shit! Why don't you can either roll intimidation or persuasion. I think actually it totally took its intimidating route at the end there, but Barritomus, you want to roll a persuasion, you can.
Are we both rolling?
Yeah, you can roll persuasion whilst 6 or
Yeah.
7's rolling intimidation.
I'm trying to go one way and they're trying to go another way.
Surprisingly, not bad for an 8 on the dice. 14. He looks at you sharply, 607, and says, "You threaten an old man?
Yeah,
What kind of monster are you?"
ignore him. He's not with me.
I am. He fell out of the sky at my feet.
Sounds all robot-y. Sounds like he hasn't got a heart. A tin man. Cold as this cursed land now. Ugh, anyway. Alright. Yes, it's been used. Fine. 5 gold. That's half the price. I just need to survive myself out here.
How about 2 gold and I will throw in this genuine ice pulled from an ogre's head. I believe it's from this sort of area as well.
A what? What have you got?
An ice pick. And I'll pull out the ice pick with the blood stain on it.
Oh,
An item that had blood on it for an item that had blood on it.
I see. I think that's a fitting trade, eh? Let me just see the make of this thing. Despite the blood, it's actually in pretty good shape. Folk can use ice picks. I can definitely sell this on once I give it a wash. And you already see he brings out like a dirty rag, and he starts to wipe the blood.
Yeah.
Not the.
I guess it was a magical ogre.
He starts to get like a bit of, like a bucket with and wets the cloth, and really goes to town on trying to clean this blade, and the blood just refuses to come off. An ogre blood? What are they made of? When the stuff come out? Ugh. Anyway, he seems to be like going across the shelves, trying to pick out maybe some other stronger soaps to try and clean this thing off. But the furs are still on the desk. If you want to give him the 2 gold, you could probably just pick up the fur and leave.
Yeah, I'll just drop the 2 gold and take the furs.
What? This stuff isn't coming off! Ugh! Seems to getting more frustrated. And the blood just refuses to come off the ice pick. Very bizarrely.
Have fun with that. Bye.
Alright, you can write winter clothing. In fact, it's actually something you can add yourself to control space. And look up cold. What's it called, guys? Cold winter clothing. Nope. Cold weather clothing, that's the one.
Cold weather clothing.
Yeah. You got it. Nice. Alright then. With that, you're geared up, traded a trinket and got pretty good discount too. You head back out, and meanwhile, Wealgeist, you have got the boats ready, unmoored them, and there's a good set of oars in one of the boats. However, the other one has, like, again, a bite taken out of the oar, and whatever it was had a toothy maw, because you can see that splintered wood is jagged and broken up.
Based on the size of the bite, can I estimate how big the creature was that took the bite out of the oar? Perhaps?
Yeah, you can give me like a nature check.
I saw that 15 almost.
Hard to say. Somewhere between. Well, the bite is definitely bigger than like a human jaw, but it's probably not bigger than. It can't be a whale if this thing would just been swallowed whole. So you're thinking somewhere in between that ballpark, bigger than medium, but not big as huge. Maybe. Yeah.
Some sort of shark, perhaps.
A dog? Did you say?
Shark.
Oh, shark. Yeah, could be a shark. It's weird unmooring the boats when they are not on water. You just sort of untie them and then have to drag them across the ice. They have like a single sail, and yeah, sturdy looking things. You can see all these. There's, as you're probably dragging it over, there's like these big, like scratch marks across one of the boats. One of them looks like it's been repaired from like a big dent in it as well. They're definitely seen some wear and tear, but they're holding together. And you can see the rest of your party probably approaching now, right, guys? Unless there's anything else you want to buy in the town. General supplies and the like.
I'm assuming that the boat comes with like fishing nets and things.
Yes, there is. Sorry, fishing nets and a few lines.
Sundry supplies. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all right. Then yeah, I'll encourage Ashanti and the others to come to get to the boats. Yeah, we should get going before we lose the light. There's not a lot of light, but when you get dark, it's pretty bad up here. It gets real cold.
Okay.
Then we should fish quickly.
I haven't been fishing yet, or at least not here, but I've been around boats, and I know
I've never
a
been on the
little.
water before.
Well, it's like the land, but there's shaking and rocking.
Just keep your balance. And stay low if you are unsure of your balance. Stay low.
Yeah, don't stand up
Fortunately,
in the rowboat. And you just sort of throw the nets over where the fish is, and you pull it up. And sometimes there's bait. I've got a little fishing line if we need to catch some bait. How big are these trout things?
Knucklehead trout.
Too fucking
You've
big.
probably, yeah, you've been around this town long enough to know they're massive.
Okay. So we'll need a bit of muscle, but I think we can do it.
Yeah.
And where are the fish? Do we know where the fish live?
That way. And she'll point to the lake, like way out.
All
We,
right.
we simply need to find a part of the lake that isn't frozen over entirely.
And the fish
And
live in the non-frozen part. Correct. Okay, let's go there.
I have heard stories that it is an amazing battle to pull up one of these fish.
I'm strong. You look strong. I think we can do it.
And if necessary, whilst you are trying to hook it, I can perhaps get a shot in to stop it fighting back.
Yeah. Or I can use my axe. I have an axe. And we can make it work.
Though it looks
I can
like
shoot it with fire.
It looks like whatever creature did the damage to these pods isn't as big as a whale, but it's bigger than a person. So I realize that's quite a big size range, but
For a fish, sure. Yeah.
yes. So maybe it's some kind of super knucklehead trout, like a mutant or something.
Oh, joy. So are we doing it? Who's getting in what boat? Who am I stuck with?
Well, it would, considering without wanting to be prejudiced, we have two people who at least look like they have some orcish blood in them. I imagine they are probably physically the strongest. It's probably good to have one of those in each.
Okay. Hulla will get in the farthest boat.
Okay.
And then considering, I suppose, the bonds that we have seen so far, it probably makes sense for 6 or 7 to go with Ashanti. So I guess that puts... And then you can go where you want, Barry, and I'll go with Hulla.
Sorry, what? When did you learn my name?
Yeah, you don't know his name yet.
Mysterious dwarf. Wait, no, numbers. You can be 0 because we know 0 about you and I have 0 care for you.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Do you
In
want
that
to
case,
tell us your name so we can notify your family if you die out on the water?
Does it really matter? Do you know who my family is to tell
No,
them any
but-
regards?
Well, if we find out your
don't
name,
know.
we can find out who your family is, and then we can tell them you died.
They'll know.
Okay. That makes things easier for
Alright.
us.
Do you want to tell us your name anyway, so that we know how to call you?
Well,
Like,
let's see if we
hey,
survive.
dwarf.
Yeah, just whatever you want. Let's see if we survive first.
Okay, meat sack.
Cool. Cool, Tin Man.
With
Number 2.
with the party making great friends already on this journey, we will take a quick break with that, so that you guys can stretch, refresh, have a little short rest before you set out onto the ice. But yeah, we'll just see the party dragging these boats across the ice into a complete whiteout, and
Yep, we'll be right back. See you in a few.
1.
And we're back. We've refreshed our consumables. We've had our short rest. We're ready to get back into the freezing cold, icy waters. Now, I have failed to mention what the name of this lake is. But you know what it would be called, Hulla, because you've lived here for a little bit. It's called Mer Dualdum. It is one of the not so frozen lakes in Icewindale. And also staying here a couple of days, you've also figured out what the closest coast is, and that, as I said, is on the west. It's known as the Sea of Moving Ice. But yeah, this is far less treacherous than that, but it is still apparently dangerous. If there's some sort of monster in this lake, you've got to have your wits about you. Now, despite it being during the day, I also failed to mention that it's actually quite dim. The everlasting rhyme that has been mentioned now by a couple of townsfolk said that there's like some sort of curse upon the land, and now you're seeing it firsthand. There's this sort of ever-present aurora in the sky that isn't providing much of a light, but it's better than nothing, which is what you would have with the sky completely dark. There's just like no sign of the sun anywhere. It's just this sort of ambience in the air. But as you come out away from 10 towns, away from all the little lights and fires that have been burning there, you realize just how dark it is out in the wilderness. And you are going to be forced to light torches. There are also these little hooks on the front of the boats that you can actually see. There are lanterns, so you can actually light those as well if you'd like, rather than use up your own torches. But the light they provide is quite minuscule. So it's up to you.
I think Hulla at this point is used to the constant dimness, so she's gonna light the lights at the that come with the boat to avoid using her own.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's
Gotcha.
she's already kind of got her eyes used to the dimness. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will invoke the classic trope of I have dark vision. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I like the lantern on the boat.
All right.
I will cast dancing lights.
Oh,
Ah,
oh, what?
We have lights around the boats.
No,
perfect. In
what
that
is?
case, then. Yeah, you can keep casting that whenever as well. It's just a cantrip, isn't it? Perfect. In that
Yes,
case,
it is.
then. What are your dancing lights? Are they something in particular, or are they a certain color, or are they just lights? It's up to you, really, to describe your. It's the first time we've seen magic cast by the party member.
These ones are going to be very standard looking orange spheres, like exactly the same on each one, and just putting out a nice soft glow. Each of them, but fairly basic.
Okay.
That's a good idea, 607, because the monsters may be attracted to light, and we don't want to have to fight it for our knucklehead trout. So let's attract the monster, dispatch of it, and then go fishing. That's a good idea to make it so light.
Is that the plan?
Thank you.
Kill the monster first?
Well,
I mean,
607 has given us lights, and I'm not sure what kind of monster it is, but if it's attracted to lights, we'll definitely get its attention.
I mean, second. I mean, it is possible. If this monster is a recent thing, then it would only be recently, or at least over the past couple of years, that people have begun to use their fishing lights during the day, so they wouldn't have needed them previously.
well, it's worth a try, I guess.
And
a lot of creatures are attracted to light and movement.
heat.
Just
All right.
anything
Shall
moving on
we
the surface.
shall we set out?
Well, I
Yes.
imagine you're talking and walking, dragging these boats across this landscape, but it isn't.
Right.
Oh, it is a while before you get to a lake. In fact, it takes a couple of hours.
Couple of hours.
Yep.
Wait, how far are the docks from the lake?
The lake is directly next to the dock, but the
But it's-
frozen ice, means that you're looking for a spot that you can find, and it takes a while to scout the entire lake. In fact, I need whoever's heading this scout to make me a survival check to look out for bits of broken ice.
I mean, I can
I
try
did.
survival
Okay.
unless someone's
Yep.
got better survival than me. I mean, it would probably make sense to be me or Hulla, as we've at least have experience of the area.
Yeah, me or you, me and you. I've got a +4 for survival.
I'm at +6.
Okay, then you go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
15?
That's pretty good. Yep, that's a success. So, out on the horizon, you can see there seems to be a light fog, and fog means moisture, and it just seems to be swirling around, almost as if there is some movement to the ice. So it's bobbing into each other. There might be ice flows out there, and sure enough, after about 20 minutes heading that direction, you do see there is broken up bits of ice and a open slushing water, and you can lower your boats into them and climb aboard. Who's getting in what boat?
Each of the
guess-
half-orcs is getting in a different boat. We already said,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
And then I'm going to be in the same boat as Hulla, and 607 in the same boat as Ashanti because they're close. And then Zero, as we're calling them at the moment, or Meat Sack, can be in whichever boat he likes.
I'll let you position your tokens.
Probably stick with the healer.
All right then. And how much light does Dancing Lights actually give? Could you click the spell for me? And okay. So they are 10-foot radius of dim, and then another 10-foot, right? Yeah, 10-foot dim, 10-foot bright. Cool. So it's like 20 foot. It's not bad. And that orange. Okay. I think that's orange. And we'll give it like a little pulsing effect. There you go. And you can have up to what, 4 of these?
4 of them, yeah.
Look,
Okay.
reading spell, Chris, I think it's just 10-foot dim light. It's not till 5th where it's 10 bright.
Oh, that's how, what am I doing? Yeah, sorry, it's higher levels. 10-foot dim it is. Okay. Alright.
So we've got evolving cantrips in it. Well, interesting.
We have, yeah. There we go. I'll let
That
you
is-
ping where you'd like them. You can move them around at any point as well. But... And it's already light here, thankfully. That's the light on the end of the boat. Make these a bit more obvious.
Well, I like to put them around like 2 on each boat, and so when we get out
Okay.
farther, there's just sort of two with each boat to keep some light near them.
Gotcha. Maybe a light in between there. Something like that. Alright. So, heading out onto the open water, bobbing into some loose ice floes, you're now going to be on the hunt for a fishing spot. And once again, this will also require a survival check to see if you can locate a good spot.
Okay, so you want all of us to roll?
Anyone who wants to take the lead in this little expedition.
I'll go
So
ahead.
one of you needs to, basically.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
16.
That is a success. It's clear to you as soon as you start throwing out that these waters are not safe. The lake is completely covered in ice floes, which makes travel quite dangerous. If you were to bump into these, you're going to damage the boat.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you've already done this, I'd say, a couple times now. And yeah, you're able to navigate these, steer them around the flows, carefully avoiding bumping into any. Just like a rock, you got to be careful because it could be smaller on the surface, like an iceberg, and bigger underneath. So you give them a nice wide berth.
Yeah. I'll give a crowbar to Geist so that he can push away any ice chunks that come too close. But I'll helm the boat and do my best to steer us into clean waters.
Okay.
Clear waters. Yeah.
And let's have the unknown dwarf. Roll me a d20 to determine what event happens on the lake first. 14. A cold wind begins to blow across the lake for the next hour. Whilst you guys are setting out your lines, you're hoping that this is a good spot. It seems like there's a nice wide area, like you can like station up here and just hope that something bites. But it just starts to get more and more choppy. The waters become a little unnerving. Some of them splashing up against the boat, enough to like rock you. And until the wind abates, ability checks to both steer the boat and fish for trout have disadvantage, as do saving throws against the extreme cold. And I think as you are sitting, waiting, not really moving from much during this time, and the cold wind is blowing across this open plain, no cover, no warmth, I think it is finally time for our first cold saving throw.
Ooh.
Now, this is very similar to just a constitution save, but you have modifiers that affect a cold saving throw thanks to 1, cold weather clothing, 2, any resistances you might have to said cold, 3, if you've got like an actual source of warmth, like a campfire and such, and all of these add up, giving you +5 each time. So anytime you've got a factor that gives you an advantage, it's +5 to that roll. Now, unfortunately, in this instance, it's disadvantage because of this freezing cold wind that just chills down your spine. So I'd like everyone to roll me a constitution save. Everyone's got +5 thanks to their cold weather clothing. But I don't think you've got much other modifiers other than that right now.
8. Oh.
Does the
How do I do it
lanterns
with
provide
disadvantage
any
again? How do I do it disadvantage again?
It should
Is
be control. If it's
Control. Just control?
yeah, just hold down control and then click.
Shanti's
Nine.
rolling up a new character.
Oh no!
I rolled a
Shanti.
natural 1.
Oh god!
But with your thing, that does make that an 11 with the
That's
+5,
an 11. Yeah.
which is
No,
better
Okay.
than me.
It's a 1 + 5, so it's a 6.
Yeah,
No,
but
plus-
then we
plus
get a
5 on top of
+5
your
for
5.
having cold winter gear.
Mhm.
Okay.
So the DC for this frigid wind is 15, as temperatures begin to drop below 20.
Yes. I'm okay.
Hello,
Now-
is literally the only one. Yeah, hello.
Now, I wasn't going to hit you with severe or extreme just straight off the bat. This is your first one, so I'm just saying it. DC 15. But with the cold weather clothing, some of you are able to bundle up, get right down low to the edge of the boat so the wind isn't just trying to blow you off. And unfortunately, you, Ashanti, you seem to be taking the brunt of the wind, like it's coming from that easterly direction, and 607's almost using you as a buffer. Unfortunately, he's not faring much better either, by the looks. I think you failed.
Oh,
Who
I
did
need that
anyone
month.
succeed? Jeez.
Hulla was the only one who succeeded with the +5.
Okay, Hulla, you're sandwiched in between the dwarf and Wealgeist, and that seems to be a much like
That
warmer
makes sense.
location.
She's used to it. She's used to
I'm
this
going
lake,
to
at least.
cast on my own clothing and on Ashanti's clothing, prestidigitation, so I can instantly warm 1 cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour. So I'm gonna give us 1 hour of warm clothing,
Oh,
like warmer
607,
than what we already have.
you are a fabulous companion. Oh my goodness.
Wouldn't 607 be cold or resistant to cold if he doesn't feel it?
Oh, he feels it.
He
In
feels
fact, there's something about 607 during this that makes you shudder a little bit uncontrollably. Now that might just be the cold, but there's almost like a rattling that accompanies this. Just something about inside him, maybe, or maybe it's his gear. You're not quite sure, but you can hear it from across where you are on the other boat, like a metallic, like clink, 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 clink sound. It's almost like glassy, but you're not sure. Did anyone fail by 5 or more?
I have an 11.
I got
Me.
12.
You fail by 5? Okay.
Yeah, because mine would be a 9, so that'd be 6.
Ouch. Okay. 607. It seems the spell that you're casting, warming Ashanti's clothes, it does seem to ease the pain of this, but it is not by any means a good situation to be in. Both of you are taking a level of exhaustion, and this is only -1 to your abilities and attacks. But it's not as like bad as the original exhaustion where you just have dis on everything. But
607, lay down in the boat at the bottom of the boat, and I'll let you know when we've got a fish that you can help with. That'll get you out of the wind.
I'll lay down in the boat.
okay. Now what else?
Thank you. Let me know when you want me to shoot the fish with fire.
I will definitely do that. Cooked fish sounds like a really good treat.
Whilst you guys are having a little converse, the other boat seems to be silent. I'm afraid, Wealgeist, you are not doing well under any circumstance. The cold has gripped you, and everything you feared that Issar prophesied about you not making it even a week out here is starting to feel like it's coming true. You are going to trigger another condition by failing 5 or more. Question is, which one? There is either hypothermia, frostbite. We'll just start with those two, in fact.
Do I also get the exhaustion?
You do also get a level of exhaustion, yes. So I'll
Yes.
mark that on your sheet.
Oh,
There you
you've
go.
got a way to do that. Cool.
Yeah, so everyone knows, on your character sheet, on your like profile icon, there is a little smiley face in the top left, which might not be smiling for for very long if it gets high enough. But you can click it and you can see it ranges from 1 to 10. Exhaustion goes all the way up to 10. If it exceeds 10, you die. You perish from the freezing cold. You don't want to get up past 3 though, really, because it starts to really get bad. Your movement speed is reduced every 2 levels, and it just gives you minuses to everything. And it's just really hard to recover over a long period of time. But yeah, and Hulla can probably tell you a story how they took weeks in intensive care.
This campaign is already so brutal. We're like
Yeah.
2 hours in.
I've already got
So-
hypothermia or frostbite.
and exhaustion.
I'm
Three
gonna-
of us have got exhaustion. This is bad.
So I'm gonna choose to give you hypothermia. The cold has penetrated deep into your bones, Geist, and whilst you have this, you no longer have a reaction, and you have disadvantage on initiative checks.
Oh,
No
jeez.
longer have a reaction disadvantage on initiative. That's fine at the moment, I think.
Wow.
Okay. If you fail by 5 or more again and you go from moderate hypothermia to severe hypothermia, which would be even worse still, but I won't get onto that. Let's just hope you don't get any worse. Alright. After all of that nonsense, we can get onto the fishing. Because someone just got a bite. And they're going to roll randomly. So, what was
I
the
bet it
numbers
was me.
again? Barritomus, you gave everyone a number. I should use those for the dice roll, shouldn't I?
So I'm number 0 apparently.
Okay, that doesn't help.
Doesn't help.
You're
Holler is
one.
number 1. 607 is number 2. Geist is number 3. Ashanti number 4, and I guess I'm number 5 in. this
Sure,
regard.
you'll be in this regard, yeah. There it is.
Oops. What am I doing? What am I
Hello.
getting?
You feel a tug on your line.
Hey! Yay!
So, this immediately yanks you towards the edge of the boat, and you can see everyone on the other one. It seems this boat suddenly rocks to the side. Whatever it is, this thing is strong, and I need you to give me your choice, really, of like an athletics or if you've got like I guess you could use survival. It is fishing. You are.
Can I use survival?
Yeah, I'm allowing you to either pick athletics or survival for this.
Okay, I have one more in survival, so I'm going to go that way. Because this is my days of experience coming into play here.
Oh no!
No!
Wow!
Straight away.
Wow!
Campaign is brutal.
Oh my god!
It's just.
Hard.
That couldn't have been worse.
Oh no, I don't have one.
Well,
I think I lost my hook.
We'll
I
get it
think
next
more than
time.
that happens. Oh
Oh
jeez.
no! Oh no!
Yeah, fishing for knucklehead trout is brutal, and this water surges up, and you catch a quick glimpse of whatever this creature is, as it seems to like wrestle to the top of the water, and then with a powerful swing of its tail, swim straight back down, pulling you, the line, as hard as it can. And here we go. You see this creature, this thick skull on the top of this head. It's all muscle, this fish.
Wow.
Everyone see that guy?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like mini whales.
Yeah, could say. I'm afraid, as this pulls on the actual fishing line, you've got two options. You can try to pull back and fight against this, or I mean, you rolled a nat 1. You probably don't even have a choice. This line is either snapping or you're going in, and I'm going to roll for it instead.
Oh no!
On a 1, the line snaps,
ah.
and on a 2, you're going in the drink.
Oh come on!
Oh my
Oh,
god! It
Jesus.
wants to kill you.
Oh,
You-
I'm the only one who's not dying of cold. Come on, man.
I know. Hulla,
Looks
the
like you might get it
strength
for
of
that
this
paladin
thing.
after all.
Everyone's been sitting so calmly and stillly. It doesn't dawn upon you that there's these monstrous fish in the lake that suddenly have the strength to pull you straight off the boat and into the water, and you hear an almighty splash as Hulla falls straight into the water. And I'm afraid, freezing cold water hitting your system, I need you to make me either a Constitution save, or I'll even allow a Wisdom saving throw, because mind over body in this particular instance.
I'm going to do a Constitution save. Because,
Okay.
Yep.
You've got +4 in Wisdom if you wanted.
But I've only got a plus I've only got +2 in wisdom.
You've got proficiency, so it's a +4.
Oh, okay. In that case. Oh, so it is.
Well, it's still a
Okay.
success anyway. But that's yeah,
Okay.
no, you're good. Your body was ready from the cold. You're the only one not suffering. However, your body is soaked. Your clothing, all your belongings, is completely sodden. You don't immediately get stunned in the water and start suffocating though. You brace yourself. You see it coming. The water. You steel your body, and you do come back to the surface. The other party members, what are you guys doing as Hulla's just being pulled overboard?
Yes, we
Uh,
try
yeah.
and pull her back in.
I'm gonna shout, "Hey, can y'all pull her up, or do we need to come over and help?"
Guys will chuck them a rope and tie one end to the thing so they can grab hold of the rope and then we can pull the rope.
Yeah, we'll both pull her in.
Okay. Yeah. You find Hulla is also entangled in the line, which has since been loosened or snapped. Either way, you've not got much of the line left.
Do we see the fish all around still, or?
They swam straight back down. So no, you don't see them.
Ashanti, are we doing well?
Hulla just got pulled in the water, and I think I'm gonna sit further down the boat and brace myself with my legs as I hold on to this fishing line. We're still in the boat, we're still alive, so we're doing as well as we can.
Good. If Hulla dies, we can have a drink in her memory.
Yes, we can, but I would prefer not to have anybody die on a simple fishing expedition.
Well, I am really regretting to tell you that you are actually in one of the worst situations possible, Hulla, and you know this.
Yeah.
With freezing cold temperatures and wet clothes, your cold weather clothing offers you no protection whatsoever from the cold.
Crap.
All right.
Oh,
I hate to say this. Should we consider this a bust and try again tomorrow?
I don't think I can do much more from here, and she'll start pulling off her cold weather clothing.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna get out a tinder and a lantern from her pack, which was in the boat, not on her, obviously.
Yeah.
And is gonna just make a small fire in a lantern and kind of start hovering around that.
Chuck them some traveler's clothes that I've got spare just to put over the top of them.
Yeah.
Because it's dwarf, so it won't fit. It'll be more like a blanket sort of thing, I guess.
Wealgeist will do the same, but it'll be his bedroll essentially that she can wrap around her.
Oh yeah, bedroll.
There is a massive relief that your party members have spare, dry clothing. For if you did not have this, I'm not kidding. The rules for this are brutal. Every minute, you make a frost saving throw, like a cold saving throw.
And we're several hours out from town.
Several
this
hours.
Game is, oh my god.
Yes. If you did not have dry clothing, you would probably die from exhaustion.
Yep.
Well,
cool.
This is why I bought a tent, so that we could potentially have a small fire in a tent or something, I guess. But yeah, let us. Right, Hulla, you should probably stay wrapped up warm while she tries to recover.
No, I can help steer. I can still help steer as long as I have cover, some kind of cover.
Perhaps
okay.
to prevent the, or would that be more dangerous? I'm just thinking. I'm wondering if we each tie ourselves to the mast, but with like a short length of rope, so if we do get pulled off our feet, we're not going to actually fall in. But then the potential is then if we're pulled hard enough, we might tip the boat and then we all go in.
We don't want to tie ourselves to the mast. We'll tip the thing over, but you want to be tied to the hull, or have a handhold to the hull.
Yes, that's probably a good idea. Like maybe like tie your wrist or something.
Yeah, just the wrist. Something that you can unhook it if you need to.
Yes, that's probably smart. So I call over to the other group and suggest it as well.
Hmm.
I left my rope in the room.
But there should be rope all over boats.
There should,
I
yeah,
mean,
there'd be rope everywhere.
there,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's a sailboat as
that,
well, so
yeah.
Mm.
So ropes should not be a problem on a boat, on a fishing boat.
worst come to worst, you could tie yourself with a bit of fishing line, I guess. Not great, but better than nothing.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I
Right,
guess
let's-
carry on fishing then.
Then yes, you can, or you can try to move on to another spot. But you know there is fish here. You can sure enough just stay here if you'd like. Okay.
yeah,
All right
let's
then.
give this spot another go.
I'll be sitting
that-
at the back, like pointing out towards the back.
All right. In that case, another while later. Let's see. Yeah, I'd like this time, Brandee, you can roll me a d6. Sorry, a d20 to determine what event happens on the lake
Okay.
next.
All right. Give me one second. All right, D20 and roll.
That's
Oh,
the
no.
same roll.
Oh no!
No.
Oh no!
Okay, the wind is still so bad. It just picks up, and the choppy waters do end up moving your boats a slight off course, and you're also veering towards. I'm gonna make it different this time. It's still the same applies. You have disadvantage on extreme cold, but the boats are like clearly moving throughout the choppy water, and you can either try to steer them back on course into another area and avoid the winds, or you can try to basically anchor them in place somehow and remain fishing. So the choices are this: avoid making your cold save at disadvantage, or roll at disadvantage but potentially catch another fish. If you move on to another area, you won't have a point to fish this time. You just have to go to a different place.
Do we want to try and stay still then?
Yeah. So like I will let you try to fish this round, but you will also make a cold save at disadvantage. Or you can spend another hour looking for another area
No.
and not make the save at disadvantage.
I guess I'll gamble with Ashanti, and we're gonna try to circle this area, even if not perfectly.
Okay. You're staying here. All right. In that case, then, I need everyone to make me another cold saving throw, this time at disadvantage. Well, it was disadvantage before. And I'm afraid, Hulla, you have just a flat roll. You just need to get 15.
Yep.
And we're rolling strength, right?
This is Constitution, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a success, Ashanti, with your cold weather.
No,
Do I-
Success.
no, no.
Oh, God!
Do I roll straight because I'm still lying down in the boat?
I'll say that in addition.
And we also have the prestidigitation warm clothing.
That's what I was going to mention. You can roll flat, yeah. That does actually give you a little bit of leeway.
I think I'm gonna die.
Oh no!
That's a success. Ashanti, you've already rolled, didn't you? I thought you got a 14.
Yeah,
Oh, you rolled
already.
again.
I'm sorry, I must have clicked
Get the
twice.
14.
I apologize.
14.
No, that's the 1d20 for the
Oh, sorry, it was. My apologies. Yeah.
the
was-
encounter.
Yeah, you're right.
So I have 8 plus 5 for the cold weather gear is 13.
Yeah. That's just under what you need, I'm afraid. And it only gets colder still. I'm afraid,
So-
Ashanti, you suffer second level of exhaustion. The cold is biting. It is not much room to move as well. You know how you want to like keep warm and rub your hands together or jog on the spot. There's no room to do that here. You're just stuck like a statue. You can feel your tusks turning to icicles. Oh my goodness, Wealgeist, that
Yeah.
is so bad. I just warned you about going 5 or
Yep.
less.
Yep.
Lord, all right, Wealgeist, I'm afraid your hypothermia reaches an uncontrollable point where you see just you've let go of the fishing rod, and you just like sort of fallen and slumped to the side of the boat, and the boat's like leaning to one side. You can see Hullgeist is like shivering uncontrollably. They've and Hullgeist to you, sorry, Hullgeist, Wealgeist, it feels to you like you're almost on fire. It feels like your skin is burning. It's some sort of weird psychological thing that happens when people go into deep hypothermia. But people who have been found out in the cold have often been times found completely naked, and they've discarded all of their clothes for some unknown bizarre reason.
no.
But yeah, that's happening to you.
Paradoxical undressing. It's because you think that you're actually hot.
Yeah.
Someone did research.
Wow.
You should see my YouTube feeds. I mean, literally, I have just one video after another of how to survive in a Canadian winter with a matchstick and a Swiss Army knife.
Right.
Oh my lord!
No, I suppose.
Severe hypothermia means you are constantly under the effects of the slow spell, and but it's also pretty bad that you've also got another level of
Which I've
exhaustion up to 3
applied.
now.
Oh, it
Oh,
went up
sorry,
to-
did you do
yeah,
that?
I played up to 2 because I was at
Okay,
1.
thanks.
Yeah.
All right then.
Okay.
So, do we at least get a chance to see if we catch a fish this round?
You did. That's correct. So I'm going to roll a d. Sorry, who else failed? No, it's just that was it. Yeah, just Ashanti and Wealgeist, right? The others, yeah, they're all good.
I want to catch fish.
Okay, so you want to catch a fish, do you, Barry?
I want to catch a
You
fish.
you want to do it? I'll let you just do it. I won't roll for it.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Yeah, go on. You dwarf. The dwarf suddenly gets a tug on the line.
Sweet.
Okay, your choice: athletics or survival, using your fishing rod.
I'm going to choose neither because I'm going to use something that I have in store. Once I feel the fish come onto the line, I am going to pull out some, in quotations, sleeping powder.
Okay. I'm with you.
And yeah, so they're going to feel the effects of sleep. Oh,
You're
wow,
gonna cast a.
that's a big looking template. Wow.
It might be, yeah. You're definitely gonna hit the water where this fish is.
Yep.
All right.
See them all
Potentially
float.
hit a few at that point.
Yeah. I'm trying to do it so I don't get me, but it's basically going to be directly in front of me.
Okay. Yeah. Hit it down and roll the dice.
Do they have
26.
26 HP?
Well, that's way more than a knucklehead trout.
Oh, is
That's
it?
like. Let me do a quick calculation, and I'll see how many float to the top. It's quite funny. You've got loads. Well, I didn't think you could come up with a cool magical idea to do this, but sleep, everyone. 26 divided by. Yep, 3. 3 knucklehead trout suddenly rise to the surface, and they're not dead, of course, but you can see little bubbles just blowing out of their mouths.
Yeah. So he pulls out this green pouch and he
They're
breathes.
massive.
Well, you probably don't see it because he's got his back to you, but like he sort of like just pulls out this green powder and just chucks it in front of him. Or it looks like he chucks it in front of him. Anyway.
Okay, how are you just gonna try and lean down and fish these out of the water?
Well, the one that was on the line, he'll
Mm-hmm.
pull in with ease.
Yep.
And then if he can get Hulla's help, he'll start grabbing onto them with rope or whatever.
You probably
You
got,
got it.
nets.
Nets,
Yeah, this is, nets or an arrow with a rope. Do you want Zero meat sack? Hey, do you need help over there, or y'all gonna pull those three onto your boat? They are huge fish.
Sure. let's do this together, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, if you were doing
How
them
long
by
are they
weight,
asleep for?
So I guess I'll row us over
1 minute.
Yeah.
and see if I can pull one in.
Yep.
Okay.
Get them
Sure
on
enough,
and gut them quick.
the nets are pretty efficient at getting a still moving fish. They thud onto the deck of the boats, and you say you want to gut them.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll to attack. Yeah, attack one of these knucklehead trouts with whatever weapon of your choice. You should have automatic advantage because they're prone, unconscious, and if you hit, it's an automatic crit.
Yeah, gonna use the sharp side of my light.
You got it.
Oh, automatic correct.
Yep, should be.
Hmm.
So.
You want me to do the other one?
Sure. Wait, are you in any condition to do so?
I'm trying to do something to warm myself up.
Okay, go for it.
So I will use my dagger.
Oh.
Yeah, hit and a crit.
And
Have you got anything to add to that?
I can apply sneak attack.
Perfect. With crit means another one.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but that's enough. Okay, so Wealgeist, you're able to as efficiently with your dagger straight down. Just slicing a thing open with a knife, and you actually have with a sneak attack, and I guess proficiency, you're able to know exactly where to cut to just end it there and then. Unfortunately, the dwarf seems to have hit it so hard that it's woken up, and now it suddenly flip flops in the boat, causing a ruckus and a thud, 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 thud. Can you roll me a dex? Just dex. Just straight dex.
Are dwarves able to use bonus action attacks, or is that just rogues?
I want to see who goes first.
Dex.
You might be able to hit it again, and I think also Hulla is right next to you as well. You could roll a dex.
Okay. I was gonna say, can I cast a spell, but.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Oh,
Dex
Yeah.
saving
wow.
throw?
19.
Yeah. What do you want to do, Hulla, to this fish that's suddenly just like come to life and thud, thud, thud?
Poison spray.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
Okay.
wait, don't.
Something that's going to be used for food.
Yeah.
Food!
Dude.
Too late.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Ah!
And I don't think we targeted it, but I can roll its
Oh,
con save
I forgot
anyway.
to- Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just roll it manually. Oh my
Oof.
god! It's got an
Doesn't work.
18. It
Okay.
seems like everyone gasps as it's like about to be poisoned, but it flips up into the air so high that it dodges out of the spray and flies straight towards your face. Barritomus, if you don't hit this, it's gonna smack you really hard.
Yeah, I got the feeling.
Yep, go ahead.
Come on, hammer.
I've run out of light hammer ammunition.
Oh no, you might have thrown it by accident.
It must have
It's
thought
technic-
I wasn't near it.
Here you go, have another one. Alright, go ahead. You've got flanking as well, technically. And it shouldn't be prone anymore, my bad. But that would still be a hit with a 15. And how much damage? That's enough.
And
How do you clonk it?
I just stab it. As it's coming up, I go for the right point, and I do actually gut it. I straight down, like a full-on autopsy.
That was close. It felt like at the speed of that thing going, it probably would have like properly given you a concussion. But okay, and the one on the other boat. How are you guys going to deal with your knucklehead trout?
607, do you want to take it?
Sure. I will take it.
Then
How do I take it?
I'll drag it into the boat with the net, get it into the boat and let 607 have the coup de grace.
I will, once it gets into the boat, I will grab it on either side and cast Shocking Grasp.
Cool.
Wow.
I like that. There's no guts. Excellent.
It just explodes.
Well, I think if you could roll damage for it still, it's going to auto fail.
Shocking grasp.
Shocking grab's an
Yeah.
attack roll, isn't it?
Not anymore.
Oh.
Well, it should have been. It should have been a save, but I don't think I've updated it enough. Yeah, I forgot to update your Shocking Grasp. It would have been, yeah, if it's an attack roll. But it's become a saving throw. And but anyway, I'll let it fly this time anyway. But unfortunately, you don't just shock it to death, you shock it awake. It suddenly springs up and its tail flips around. It doesn't have a reaction, of course. Not that that matters at this point. I need you guys to roll initiative, I guess. I don't know if you can go ahead before it, but you got to be a 15. Otherwise, this thing is. Nope. Okay, I think it's gonna go for 607 as you just gripped onto it. Electricity surging up in it. Probably feels like an electric eel, but that tail does come swinging, like I mentioned. Ooh, 14. That's a miss. Wait, that's a hit.
I'm going to cast Silvery Barbs.
Okay, cool. We're gonna turn that into. Okay, I'll just let you roll. Actually, let's roll a d20.
Oh.
Do you reduce it to a 10? No. Oh, you get to choose if it's an 8 or a 10. And I guess it's still gonna hit either way, right?
Still going to hit either way. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then you are tail slapped. It's so hard. It feels like you've just been hit by a paddle or an oar. Whack, and your neck almost like clicks at a 90-degree. That's 3 bludgeoning damage, which I know is a lot for level 1 characters. Straight after that, you guys can react. Ashanti, you're up, actually.
Okay, I just want to double check with the new weapons features. I have 2 axes. This is I think dual wielding in the new weapons
Yeah.
properties. So
Yep.
I get to hit once with one axe and once with another. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, if they're both light.
Okay. Yeah, these are both hand axes.
Yep.
So okay. All right, then let me come back over to Foundry. And
If the fish was in the water, it would use its movement to get away. But luckily, you pulled it on deck, and it has 0 movement on the boat.
All right, so right hand. Come on, baby. Attack. I'm rolling with disadvantage because I'm exhausted.
No. Exhaustion now gives you minuses to hit based on the level. So at the moment, at a 2, you only have -2 to hit.
Okay. So then I got, oh, no, it calculated in there. So I got a 20.
You butcher it. It was on 1 HP. Just a tiny one more volt would have done it. But it is now fully dead on the deck.
Okay. Oh,
We
that
got
was
one.
me. Yeah, given how tired and cold everybody is, and we've got hours to go, do we want to just head back into town?
I believe so, yes. I think we've had a rough time out here, and I don't think anybody wants to stay much longer.
No, I agree. We've got 3 trout. That should more than have fulfilled our bargain.
And we get the ivory, so which we can sell.
The 2 fish that I have on our boat, I will be stuffing my hand in to try and root for something.
Oh, okay. There is actually a roll for this. I just need to check what it is. Might be a D100.
Imagine off the bat.
But whilst that's happening, does anyone take notice? Or are you trying to do this discreetly?
Oh no, I'm just getting my hand right in there.
Okay. So on your boat, Hulla and severely hypothermia.
What are you doing?
You see his hand right in the fish's mouth, like really in there, like almost elbow deep.
Don't worry about it. Just looking for something lost.
You didn't even use a hook. What are you looking for?
An old ring.
Ring.
Yeah, my ring.
Okay.
But I thought you hadn't been here before, so why would your ring be this far out?
I don't know. The world works in mysterious ways.
I mean, you did
Yeah.
fall out of a portal, so maybe.
Exactly. Maybe one of these fell out of a portal.
That would be
One of these bastards.
unlikely.
One of these bastards. My ring.
But go ahead. Just don't damage the flesh. Because we need to sell it for food.
Yeah, it's fine. We've already gutted these things.
Oh my god. Okay, it is a D100. Good luck.
There's 2 of them, so there's 3 of them, so there'll be 3
There
chances.
are. You'll have 3 chances.
Right. I don't know what this is, but is it a 49?
You fish around
I fish
inside
around.
this thing. Nothing but guts.
Okay. Try this.
This one has a smaller fish inside that. And you even go ahead and check inside that smaller fish, but it's probably too small to swallow the ring.
Well,
Wow.
2 for 1, I guess. But whilst he's doing that, I guess we start sailing back.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure thing. And then the last one, if you wanted, we can
You
say
want
that you
us
tossed
to
the fish
do-
over.
You want us to do what?
No, you don't have to. I'll do it once we get back, I guess.
Okay.
Unless you
Good,
want to
because
swap fish and we'll chuck one over, you chuck one over.
no,
I want
it's,
to
Dangerous.
take
I
my.
don't
I,
want
I want to
risk
take my
letting
knife.
it go.
I want to take my knife and open up our fish and look for a ring.
You can roll a D100 then. Good luck.
I really
Quest.
hope he finds it and refuses to give it back.
Straight in the middle. No. Afraid there's nothing inside this but fresh fish guts. And
Damn it.
yeah, no, nothing. There's also a fog that's actually crept in over this last hour. It seems to have just sort of surrounded this little fishing hole of yours. And it's going to make just navigating back a little bit tricky.
Of course it
So I'm going to
is.
need someone, whoever's most trusted to do the survival check to navigate back through these ice flows.
I'd do it, but I have been rolling terribly.
I've
I've got a +4 to survival.
I've got a +4 as well, but I'm wildly
But you're
hypothermic.
yeah.
Oh, no. I should have given this to Ashanti. She has advantage on her next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
because of silvery barbs.
Yeah, true.
Oh, okay.
It's for
Then
like a round,
Ashanti.
though, isn't it?
It's a minute. It's supposed to be
Oh,
within the next minute, but I don't know if we're going to be allowing that for this or not.
You can give it to Ashanti. If they are the one to make the survival check, I'll allow it.
Okay, so
Do it.
I only have a +1 to survival, guys.
But you will have
Yeah,
advantage.
with
go for it.
advantage.
But, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Advantage. Oh, Jesus.
That there is the feeling of exhaustion, the freezing cold. But it's also the fact that this fog is oppressive, and as you're going through, you can't hardly see in like 5 feet in front of you. And you thought the Knucklehead Drought suddenly came alive again because your boat rocks with a heavy thud. But you look down and see that the boat just took a hit straight into the ice flow. And we haven't actually determined which ones are the damaged ones and which one isn't. And so I'm just going to roll this real quick. If this is a 1, this is the damaged boat. Okay, so this is the boat that's much more healthy. But it is going to take some damage now. And I need you to roll. It is, I believe, 1d6. And I'd like you to roll that for me, Brandee.
All right.
Okay.
2
The boat
points.
takes a hefty thud, but it hasn't like sprung a leak or anything like that. It's just like splintered a bit of wood off the front, scraped the paint
Okay.
job. So a little bit unfortunate there. And the other issue is you haven't actually made any headway in getting back to Bremen. This area looks like you've sort of floated into a
Okay,
series of ice drifts.
So everybody, we should just have one person at the bow with a spike
What's a bow?
at the front, at the very front, just looking out for ice. And
I can. Okay, so somebody goes to the front of the bow, and then I'll put my
put
light
a
there.
spear or a staff or something. We have a
keep my-
crossbow in our hands.
I'll keep my lights out in front as well to provide guidance.
Okay, yeah, that's actually helpful.
Okay.
Lighting the fog. It's hard, but you can at least see if it bounces into any ice flows, I guess.
Yeah.
So, anyone? Oh, actually, before that, I'd like to roll a d20 and see if this event occurs. This time, you can roll it, Julian. D20, please. It is unnervingly quiet, and there is just fog. Fog for miles around. You'd even think that you were in open sea right now, if it wasn't for it being so deathly still. Because just no sign of Bremen, no sign of land. You and these still waves. And another hour goes by as you're trying to navigate through these. Someone, would you like to give me a survival check, whoever's doing this? And I will say that the lights up ahead are going to give you advantage.
I don't want to do it because
I can
fumbled
I
it
can
last
try.
time.
I'll give you guidance.
I have I don't.
Okay, so guidance and advantage.
Oh,
Yay!
There we go.
that's a beautiful roll.
So 25.
That's more like it.
Nice.
Good
Okay.
job.
Wouldn't he have just a straight roll because he has disadvantage from exhaustion?
No, we don't.
No.
Exhaustion is now minuses on stats rather than disadvantages and stuff.
Okay.
We're using the
okay,
new
okay.
1D&D stuff.
Yep, it is
Okay.
far less brutal than the previous exhaustion, but there's more levels, and you're likely to get it more often because of how many things I'm throwing at you. But when you do get it, it's not just going to cripple your character immediately. So a -2 or a -3 is still nasty, but I think disadvantage is roughly equates to like a -5, which is even worse.
Yeah, based on the
Okay.
fact that having advantage gives your passives a +5, I would assume disadvantage is a -5.
Mm-hmm. So with a 25, fantastic roll, and I'm going to say the reason why you're suddenly able to navigate in the midst of this fog is there is another light that is off somewhere in the fog. Definitely not an orange one. It's more of a kind of a yellowy color, and you can see it's just slowly drifting across the water, and it seems to be heading almost sort of in the same direction as you, maybe off at a slight angle. But as you get perhaps closer towards it, you can actually hear the sounds of rows and like heaving as people are rowing this boat towards shore. It must be another vessel from maybe Bremen, but
Ooh.
you can see there is a flag flying, but it's a bit too misty to see what it is. But there is another vessel out on the water.
Oh, God, I'm
It's
hearing
coming-
heave ho, hoist the colors.
But if it's coming from Bremen, or we think it's probably coming from that direction, or there's civilization in that direction, we'll head. Not, we'll go probably steer to not go like directly towards them, but like as if like we were going back past them, so that just in case they're not friendly.
Okay.
I'm going to drop my dancing lights
Yep, good idea.
Very
I
well.
think we should stay quiet.
until they pass.
Just
All right. So you're just going to try and remain in the fog.
Just try to remain quiet and still.
Interesting. All right then. If everyone would like to give me a stealth check, if you would like to just remain still for a moment and let them pass.
One for the party or one for all of us?
Yeah, this is a party roll, but yeah, so everyone is rolling, and I'll count up your successes versus the fails.
Oh,
There's some
come
fails.
Yep.
No, I do have
we're not going to survive this episode, guys. Sorry.
We are not doing our best.
You're still at full health.
That is 2 successes, 3. Well, believe it or not, the 10 isn't actually a fail. So you do actually manage to remain quiet. Believe it or not, that's 3 successes, 2 fails. Whatever these guys are, they're not very perceptive. They seem to be concentrating on the rowing, and they aren't even looking out into the fog. There's nothing to see. And I'll say, as they go by, you remain completely quiet, and as they come into those with dark vision are able to spot the flag on the side of the boat. It is not Bremen's flag, which I should have shown you. Bremen's. This is Bremen's flag here. It is a circle with a line and a triangle there.
All
This,
the artists went south. The artists all went south, so it's okay.
Yeah. Can't wait to learn the history of how that came to be.
Not as the fanciest one, no, for sure. Though it is, what you see is like there's much more fancier. It's like this blue shield with a vessel, like a sailing vessel on it, and it's heading in a easterly direction on the flag. Those who are native to Icewindale, they can actually roll me a history check.
Yes, if I'm
to
described
recognize
there,
this.
I will try. That'll be good, but I can try.
No, that's 11. 11 is actually enough. This is the Targos flag. It looks like this.
Cool.
See, that's better.
Argos?
Targos is it's a bigger town than Brennan. It is on the other side of the lake of Mer Dualdon, and it's also famous for their fishing exploits.
Wait, does that mean we're
But,
going to completely the wrong town now?
Well, it is at that point you realize, yes, that's exactly the wrong direction. But that's why you got a success on your survival, because knowing that, you're able to turn your ships around and head back the correct way.
And
If it wasn't for that,
yeah.
you would have been a bit screwed.
I think
So-
we'll be able to sell the fish there instead. For a better price.
Maybe.
But based on, I suppose, based on my knowledge, as little as I know, I can guess based on the direction they were coming from, which direction roughly need to go, I guess.
Yes, you would. That's definitely part of that 25 survival. You start to realize, right, if they're heading that direction, we need to head in that direction. Basically, they just gave you a bearing completely by existing. And so you're able to turn these boats around and head what you are confident is the exact beeline towards Bremen.
Yep.
But
And
I'm going to need everyone during that time, whilst you're waiting and being still, to roll me another cold saving throw.
but this is normal.
This is a normal one. Yeah, it's just been a very still air.
Yeah. What were the other
fog is-
effects of the severe hypothermia, by the way?
You're under the effects of the slow spell.
I need to have like one action. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh no, mine's another fail.
Are
Probably
you
all-
kidding
God.
me?
Probably all
Yeah.
past.
Yeah, because that would be a 12, but it's not more than one. It's not more than
gonna-
5.
Yeah,
Can
it's
I
not-
No,
take
it
off
doesn't.
the clothes that you'd lent me and give it back to
You
you?
can give me my bedroll back to me if you want.
I give you. Yeah, I will give your bedroll back.
I'm just
'cause
gonna
that is-
I'm gonna literally just sort of just lay down in the boat now with my bedroll over me. It's just like
So I think
I can't believe that bull bastard was right. And then he's just gonna like pound on his chest and cough a little.
as you cough, you can't help but hear his howling. And I didn't show you the artwork for this cruel bastard, but look at this mean mother.
Not dressed for the weather, I notice.
Somehow he is not. That is actually a valid point.
He's
Yeah,
got a lot
no,
of
honestly,
exposed skin there.
it's something you've always wondered about. How you always just thought he didn't want to show. He was trying to be all bravado and macho
Yeah.
about it, but he wouldn't wear much clothes in the freezing cold.
I mean, based on his bald head, I'm now making up the rumor in my head that he is half Goliath.
It certainly could be that.
Because they have
Maybe
like,
that's the rumor.
that he's
like
got
you've
like
sort of
giant
circulated
blood
on-
in him.
Yeah, I think that might be a rumor that is spread around through the camp. Maybe he's a giant, a small giant. Okay, you head back towards Bremen, and yes, I think I just realized someone circled a corpse there. That isn't good. There is on your way back that exact site. There is an empty boat. Just drifting, no one around.
Is there anyone in the boat?
Is
You
there
check-
anything in the boat that we can loot?
Yeah.
There is 2 sets of fishing tackle, 1 net, but other than that, no, doesn't appear to be. But if you would like to investigate the boat for damages, you don't actually have to roll. You can just see there is very obviously a huge bite mark out of one side of the boat.
Ooh.
And there is also water in the bottom of the boat. Not like it's sprung a leak, but like it's been tipped over at one point.
If we towed the boat into town so somebody could claim it if it's theirs, how much drag would it add to like
lot.
my boat?
That is a
A lot. That's a
Okay.
lot of drag. But if we have someone is the boat does it look seaworthy? Like if someone were to sit in it, would it stay afloat?
You could try.
Because I think if you so I think if someone were to sit in it to steer it, then it would reduce the drag because you would be able to steer, and you wouldn't need to. You could sort of drag it, well, and steer it, and that would work.
Got
I'll
Dynamite.
go. Or
You want
someone
to
who's
try?
I'll go. Why not?
Okay.
So we'll sail our little ship or row our little ship over.
Well, to test it, you step up onto the edge of your boat and into the other, and your boots splash into the vessel,
Yes.
and immediately you can hear like bubbling rising up from beneath it, as
Uh-oh.
if water's filling through gaps incredibly rapidly.
Nope.
And you can see it sinking and lifting up and tilting, as your weight just simply pushes it over the edge.
As soon as I notice that, I hop out. Like, I imagine that's going to happen pretty quickly. And hop back into our boat, and I'm going to grab anything that I can. So the fishing net or the loot. Fishing equipment. Yeah.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. Come on.
Oh,
Oh
you
God,
in the
it was
drink
18.
You're in the
Jesus.
drink again. A second time.
Oh my God.
You fall into the water once again, this time soaking the clean, dry clothes that your dwarf friend gave you. And I need you to...
I can't believe I didn't think to take off the warm clothes before doing this.
I need you to...
Jeez.
I also need you to roll a Constitution or Wisdom saving throw. Because the freezing cold hits your system, and I want to see if you go into shock.
Oh, get deja vu.
Yeah. Yep, the trauma is
12.
hitting hard.
12 is actually a success. You don't just immediately stun up in the water. You're able to climb back up on board again, but this time still soaking wet.
God. Bad idea. Sorry, it's instinct to try and get stuff. We should go back.
6 or 7. Do you have any way to warm Ashanti up? Not Ashanti, Hulla up because they fell in again, or dry them off. Either one.
I can. Would you like me to set your boat on fire? That would warm them up.
No. In a way to not hurt us or kill us.
Burn the boat down.
Burn the other boat down.
I can dry her.
That would be fantastic.
And I can warm a piece of clothing that she has.
Can you do both?
So warming a piece of clothing won't dry it.
Dry is better than...
No, but I can dry... Prestidigitation, I can dry stuff, and then I can warm it.
Then let's dry.
2 separate actions.
Oh yeah, you can instantly clean an object.
I can clean and dry objects.
Is such a good spell. Okay, yeah, please. Yes, okay. Please.
That's actually a lifesaver in this scenario. Yeah, for sure.
That might have been why I took this particular spell.
Yeah.
Guys, because I can constantly have warm stuff around.
Yeah.
It's like a little heater.
Yep.
That's kind
of the plan.
You're a good person, 607.
I am a very good person.
Guys looks thoughtful as you're able to cast that, but doesn't say anything else and just continues steering the boat back. But whilst Hulla was getting onto the boat, looking at the boat, was there like a name or anything carved into it so we might be able to identify it for someone back in town?
The damage on the boat had completely scraped it up enough that it wasn't... You couldn't really decipher whose it was. Not to mention these boats, none of them are really named anyway.
Yeah.
They're just sort of communal fishing boats, it seems. Though the boat is already sunk beneath the waves, and there's just amount of bubbling coming up from the water. Brennan is within sight. You can see some of the distant plumes.
But still a few hours walk.
It is. You basically hit the ice.
Yep. Alright. Considering the state I'm in, my movement speed is currently 7.5 feet due to the severe hypothermia and 3 levels of exhaustion. Would out of character, that's it. I realize this is perhaps the sign of weakness, and I don't like showing that, but I don't think I'm going to be much help dragging the boat.
Should we push you in the water then? And you can.
I can
Are you
pull.
giving up?
I can pull. No.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
if you can walk
Well,
with us,
it's
we won't be going much faster than 7 feet.
well, he just
Okay.
can't make it. He's not strong enough. It seems.
No, I can make it. I just don't have much strength to be able to pull a boat.
Oh, okay.
That's why you have half-orcs around. We are
Yes.
strong and willing to use our strength for other people's benefit.
Strong and strong.
number
Hmm.
2. Do you have a habit of weeding out the weak?
If this was
He
a
can't
different
survive.
if this was a different situation, I would be a lot more useful. But the sea is not my hunting place.
No,
So,
I don't think it's anybody's hunting place in this party. So
I-
let's. So we've made it
Hmm.
to the ice and we're dragging the boats back now.
Yeah,
Except-
and before you do, as you're like delegating who's dragging the boats, Sara-Jane can roll me the d20. There is still, you're right next to the water, so there is potentially a lake event.
God, no,
Okay.
Sara-Jane, no events, no events. Let's
no,
get
I
back
know,
to
I
the
know.
boat.
no,
No.
14.
No offense taken. Let's go. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Hmm. Is that a good
Okay.
sound?
That is interesting. As you're just about to wrap it all up and head back to Brennan, you suddenly see, off in the distance, not too far, there is a sound of splashing, and you can look out over the water and see it seems to be happening not just in one isolated area, but like a splash here, then a splash maybe 20 feet from that, then another splash 10 feet from that. It's just a lot of splashing going on over in that section of the water, and it's spread out quite wide.
If that's knucklehead trout,
I don't care.
Just,
we need.
I know
We don't.
we've got
we,
3. Let's take these into town.
Let's go.
Everybody's cold and tired, and
And if that's a monster, I don't care. Do you care?
yeah, let's get up on the ice and get home.
Okay. And then everyone roll me a perception check as you're gathering up the boats and just dragging it away from this area.
Boop, boop.
These are some good rolls.
Yeah, what were these earlier dice?
Even with a -3, an 18 is way more than enough. You're saying about hunting. This area isn't your hunting grounds. Whose hunting grounds is it? And that's when you look out over to the water and you see why these splashes seem to be so apparent. These fish are fleeing from something. And you see a mound of water like rising, just like a lump in the waves. As if something is just under the surface pushing it. And it rises larger and larger before it seems to suddenly submerge slightly, and you stop to see the splashing just completely cease in that like 10-foot area.
Oh, do we see it? Do we get to see it?
You see what's happening well, if you could see under the water, maybe, but
not when it came up.
You know what? Actually, yeah, we'll let you see it. As the knucklehead trout are known to suddenly leap up out of the water and actually assault people, though we didn't roll that, thankfully. But they can leap out of lakes and make tail attacks at people. You saw it jump up high enough to slap 607 in the face. They're strong enough to leap out of the water, and as they do, you see what this thing is. It seems like a long serpentine-like neck whips out of the water, and at the end of this incredibly long neck is a head with a row of sharp teeth, like razors, tiny razors, and it snaps it out of the air with such precision. And as soon as it does, it dives back under the water, and as it does, it tilts its body. And you see a large bulbous body with multiple fins. And as it swooshes back under the water, an incredibly long tail, just as long as its neck was.
Did we just find like the what's this lake called? Like the Maya Kyalon monster? Like, is this nest?
Well done.
Just
It was something like this.
Ooh. How big did you say it was?
From this distance, it doesn't look too big, but you have a knuckled head trout for comparison, and it could fit the whole knucklehead trout in its mouth. And to you, that's like a big fish.
Yeah.
That's like if you put out your arms. You can't see my arms. It's bigger than your body, that's for sure. Right, in width ways, and some. It's probably longer than your shoulders, from shoulder to shoulder. And so that thing just snatched it out and swallowed it.
Right. Well,
I don't
Well, now you can
I-
deliver news back to your friend.
and I'm glad we actually. Yeah, guy sort of looks at it and he's just like, If only I'd had my ball ready. I was not expecting it.
Let's
Oh,
get
well.
off, get on the ice and off the water before that thing decides to eat us.
Yeah, the ripples do reach the edge of the ice where you're
Yeah.
standing, and you're just dragging the boats away. Yeah. Okay. In that case, then I need one or two more. I think another cold saving throw, as you have to trek on foot across the ice. And the problem now is that the temperature has dropped considerably.
oh yeah.
It's
That's a 4.
getting dark, and as it gets dark, the DC gets higher.
Wait, can what's his name not just can't cast heat clothes on all of us just repeatedly? How
I'm
often?
gonna say
607. How often can you do that?
Repeatedly, but I mean, yeah, I can do it repeatedly.
How long does it last for?
1 hour each time.
Oh. Then
and you
we
make a
don't...
check every hour.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this: if you can do it on multiple people, great. But in order to keep it up, I'm guessing you have to concentrate on one.
It's not concentration.
No, not concentration, but I mean, like, you can only have it on one thing. That's what I meant. Right?
You can have it on up to three. You can
Up
do
to three instances at a time.
Yeah.
So I can do it on 3 people per time per hour.
Okay. I'll say this: you can give everyone who you're able to warm up a +2 to this saving throw.
I will give it to myself, I will give it to Ashanti, and I will give it to Hulla.
Thank you. That's a 9.
Okay. A 9.
Thank you.
Okay.
So are you
That's your
wanting
first
us
fail.
all to roll another Constitution, or just
That's right.
Hulla?
No, everyone.
Nice.
Oh wait, no. Wrong.
All right. I'm just gonna add that extra level of exhaustion. Uh,
Oh, it's below.
Finally!
That's a 20.
Mine's below a 5, isn't it? Mine's 5 or more below. Am I just dead at this point?
Is.
Oh no.
I'm gonna give you the other.
Back.
I'm gonna give you the other condition, frostbite.
So
Let's put him in a boat and I'll drag him. I've only got one
Wait.
red fish.
I cast Cure Wounds on his frostbite.
Oh!
If it was damage, that would be effective, but it doesn't seem like you can just heal this up. Frostbite is it's not as crazy bad as you think. This will give all future. Sorry, no. Oh god, yeah, it's not as bad for this scenario. Yeah, you have a vulnerability to cold damage now.
well, I'm already at Wait, actually,
That's
I
what.
cast Cure Wounds anyway, even if it doesn't do anything. Just because
Okay.
I said I would.
The intensity of the cold has frozen your extremities, Wealgeist.
yeah.
You
Also-
feel incredibly sensitive, but I'm going to say that this cure wounds sort of is like almost like a pain killer,
Yeah.
and so you don't feel that burning sensation from the hypothermia. But you need to get warm now before it's too late.
Yeah. Also, quick question, Chris. Because I had 3 levels of exhaustion,
Yes.
and so now I'm 4.
Yes.
Should I have a disadvantage on that saving throw? Because
No.
for 3, because I think where it's highlighting over it says like at 3 exhaustion level half, and then 4 hit point maximum half. Or is it still just minuses and it's just lying to me?
It might just be lying to you.
Okay.
Yep. Don't worry about that. I have fully automated this, so it doesn't do the old exhaustion.
Oh,
It
okay.
does the new one.
Okay, so I'm gonna potentially do one of the weirdest things I can think of, but if people don't mind me being on one, right, I need to get warm. It is, I don't know why the cold is getting to me so much. Normally it shouldn't, but
Just hop in. I've only got one of the trout.
Do
yeah,
you have an accent all of a sudden?
I've always had an accent.
Did you?
Oh.
It
But-
seems like it was
The cold might have got to me a bit.
the delirium, the hypothermia delirium.
I am going to get into the boat and I'm going to set up my tent on the boat.
Okay. You got
and
it.
just sort of tie it to the side and just be in the tent under my bedroll, just trying to stay warm.
That sounds
Mhm.
sensible. And they're gonna drag the boat with you in it.
I guess. And I'll also
Yeah,
take the lantern off the front and have the lantern in the tent with me in its little like cage, so that should provide me a little bit of heat.
Got it.
Hulla,
Okay.
can you drag one of the boats? And I'll
I
get
got
this
this.
one.
Yep,
Alright.
I got it.
All right.
So let's say we're dragging it, if we can, in the tracks that were made before, as
Mhm.
we were dragging it out. So there's like a little rut in the snow that it would
Just as
pull
well,
along. Yep.
you are able to drag him because when you get to this level of exhaustion, your movement speed is also reduced, and so Wealgeist would slowly fall further and further behind.
And I'm also under the effects of slow, so I'm halved again, so I'm at 7.5 feet.
Oh my god, yeah, you can hardly move. Your body is just seized up, shivering cold, holding onto that lantern just to warm your fingertips, which have gone black from the frostbite. You can imagine the pain that you're under right now, but the cure wounds is, like I say, acting as a painkiller, so no one has to hear you whimper inside the tent. For everyone else, 6 or 7, you do suffer another level. I'm afraid you were 1 short. Because, no, you were way off, in fact.
They got
You're
No, I had-
14.
I had 14 total.
This DC has increased. It now, below 40 degrees, it is DC 20 for the severe cold.
wow.
Yep. It gets worse and worse, and it can get to extreme cold and deathly cold. But this, I'm going to say, because it's like getting to nightfall, this is as cold as it gets in the 10 towns sort of area. The extreme and deathly are for, like, if you're in a blizzard, or if you're in an area of frigid winds, or something else. Or frigid water as well, could be really bad. That's a question. Hulla, what did you get on yours? You got a 7.
Got a 7. Yeah.
That's definitely a fail. You got a yeah, I'm gonna roll. A couple of other people are about to get hypothermia. And or frostbite. I'm gonna make it roll. 1 is frostbite. It is frostbite.
Frostbite.
Number
Okay.
2.
Yeah.
Stop that infernal racket.
Sorry, that's me again.
Okay.
He's got-
Other than that,
He's got himself set to rave.
so yeah, no,
I'm actually really interested. How would 607 be affected by your frostbite?
by frostbite, that's a good question. The intensity of his of the cold has probably frozen up joints and gears to the point where they just can't perform, they can't manage. And also, he'd become brittle. Technically, that works just fine.
Yeah.
He's vulnerable to cold damage because the metal becomes brittle and is easily shattered. There you go. And you can feel that. Every nudge feels like it sends a ring through your spine. And everyone can hear that rattling. Like there's something inside of him, like almost like a tumble dryer, spinning around, like cling, 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 cling. Whatever it is, it sounds almost delicate in this state. Okay. With that, though, guys, the Bremen is in sight. You can double dash all the way to the end, whilst dragging poor Wealgeist along with you, who you hope hasn't just turned to an ice cube at the time you dragged him up there. Everyone feels like they've got blisters, numbed by the cold. The fog has since cleared as well, but it's no less visible thanks to it going to a complete and utter darkness.
Oh, I
Night-
should throw up dancing lights again.
You can do that. Yep. But you look out beyond those tiny orange globes. The sky above you is just pitch black. It's like no moon, no stars. Normally it'd be kind of dim light at night. But even those with dark vision are having trouble seeing beyond the radius of those dancing lights. Which is a scary thought. People with dark vision can't see. At least you have disadvantage, is what I'm saying. Anything anyone says on the journey back to keep spirits high, or are you all just silently dreading this whole fishing trip?
Well, that was fun.
Ashanti's finally moving, so she would actually be happier now that she's not just sitting in the cold. So I'd probably be sending.
Oops.
Let them blow, let them blow, let the four winds blow. Let them blow from east to west. Let them blow from north to south. That kind of thing. We're standing tall and looking good.
Kind of chant this in between chittering tusks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Hold your head and hold it high, as we keep marching through the night,
He'll try not to care, but as he's dragging the boat, he'll blink hammer against the boat.
Yeah, 607. If you're getting bad, I can pull you too. I mean, you're just a little bit more weight.
I can make it to the end.
All right.
Not to worry.
Well, don't damage yourself, because you've been very useful by giving us an item to keep us warm while we're doing this.
And light.
Yeah, light, warmth.
You're right. I
Definitely
am the
light.
most useful one here.
Finally, after what feels like another hour, huddled together, keeping spirits high, your feet tread on soft snow as you realize you have reached the port of Bremen. But it's a much darker, colder atmosphere. No people walking around in the town anymore. There's no axe beaks letting out little cheerful squawks. There's not even a bark can be heard in the town. It's almost as if you've just returned to an abandoned city. But there are signs of life. The smoke chimneys are giving off the clue that everyone's wrapped up inside and no one even dares open a window to look out to see what to see if the fishermen survived or not. But you all feel like you need to get inside right this minute. Basically, I was going to make you roll another save, but if everyone just dives into the nearest inn, they can probably evade making that check. So
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Drag the
We're not going to be fussy.
drag the
You got it. You drag him in. You got your fish all caught up in the net, and yeah, you dive into the nearest 5 tavern. Which what? We'll see. Which one? Actually, which one do you choose? There is a.
If we had the choice, I would say the Black Brothers so that we can get rid of the fish sooner.
Yep, you got it.
Hmm.
Inside the Black Brothers, then you see a halfling immediately calls out to you. Everyone notices when someone walks into the inn. They all suddenly bring up their collars, tighten their furs around them, and if the door's open for too long, you hear shouts like, "Close the door! Close the door! Oh God, how many of you are there?" And you just one by one, all filing in.
With
And
or without
finally,
the fish.
and a
How
halfling calls
many
out
of
and says, "Oh, I'll be right there. Grab a seat. I'll be with you in a minute. All right."
Geist practically just collapses into one of the seats, just like,
everyone's collapsed. I'm not doing bad, so the one that drags the fish.
You
I
drag
will
him in.
sit near a fire. If there's a fire.
There is
Oh.
always a fire in an inn. If there isn't a fire, it's because it's abandoned or everyone's dead.
Hmm.
The
I sit near
logs,
the fire too.
the logs here
Yeah.
are you've come to know, Hulla, that logs are as precious as fish.
Yep.
Mhm.
Not a lot of trees around here.
Okay, gathering around finally. Oh, taking a deep breath and warming your fingers up. The dwarf who assigned you this quest comes over, and the smell of alcohol on him is immediately prevalent. You can see it suddenly dripping down his beard as he pulls the tankard away from his mouth. Ah, hey, my fisherman crew, they return, and they return with a bounty. Well done. Where's the other net?
The other net.
That's one of the fish. Yeah, there's 2 boats, 2 nets. So this is one haul.
This is all we managed to get.
The monster, as you call it, scared the rest.
Monster! That's hogwash. Ain't no monster. After all, you came back alive, so
We
can't
were
have been a
lucky.
monster.
We were lucky
If
we
there's-
were near enough the land so that we didn't have to face it in the water.
If there's no
Oh.
monster, you should go out on your own boat.
Oh no, I've got to manage the. He kind of burps, interrupting himself. Oh well. Anyway, I think that's 1, 2, 3. That what was that? 3 copper, wasn't it?
3
No.
gold.
3
No.
gold.
3
And then-
gold.
And
You said 2.
I reach in and pull out the fish that was inside the other fish, and that makes
Oh.
4 as I chuck it at him.
What the? Slap it across his face. It probably falls into his tankard.
And
He goes to sip
I
it.
believe we agreed on 1 gold per fish each.
Oh, you swindling little shites. I see your game. I know what your game is. Alright. 4 gold. Slams it on the table. Be off with you.
And once you've got the meat, we get the ivory.
You're really that fussy, aren't you?
Don't forget.
I would expect a dwarf to honor a deal. Isn't that what your
Yes,
people are
deal's a
famous for?
deal. But you'll have to be fishing them out of the bin.
That's fine. Ivory's ivory. We're not fussy, are we? At least I'm
Yeah.
not.
He yawns, but he picks up the hefty haul, lets out one more belch, and out the way. He pushes past and goes out the front door, kind of stumbles a bit because he's clearly pissed. Stumbles enough that the door isn't closed immediately, and people are like, "Close the door!" And shut your play. Mumbles off to himself, and he must be going about his business, preparing the fish for sale. But yeah, you're able to split this amongst yourselves. You got 4 gold, but 5 people. How's that go?
That's
Got-
8 silver apiece.
Geist will just say, just buy me a drink to warm me up. That's all I want right now. You guys can keep the rest.
No, I
Don't
agree.
say that.
Let's use
Don't
this.
I'm fine with that.
Buy
Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well.
I'll take my 1 gold.
Yeah, Geist doesn't give a crap about material possessions. So
As
he
you-
just wants to warm back up.
Well,
Yeah, I am perfectly willing to give 607 his money and take the rest and buy a really good meal, hot bread, hot ale, and or
No, it's not going to cost a gold, is it?
no,
How
of
much
course
is-
not. It's coppers. Yeah.
So
In fact, a gold is actually quite a lot for what you went through. But well, maybe not. It feels like it doesn't give you much.
Considering that we all almost died.
Yeah, exactly. I was
And,
just thinking that.
Geist sort of looks around in his bag and pulls out a bottle of wine. And he's just like, I think you can warm up wine. So this is a pretty good wine for my people, so we can share that as well. Because I had a bottle of fine wine.
Yes, you do. You can heat that up and serve out a glass if you'd like.
Yep, that sounds good. Warm wine. And I've
That
got some,
definitely raises your spirits.
and I also pull out a hunk of cheese, which we can split. So we've got cheese and wine.
That's actually a delightful sounding evening.
That
As you
would
all
be the
huddle
full
around the
bottle of
fire.
wine gone, though, I would imagine.
If you're sharing it amongst everyone, yeah, probably.
Okay, I'll just say, get rid of a hunk of cheese. Well, there we go.
But it's good bonding.
So are we just splitting each taking 8 silver then?
No, as Geist said at this point, I don't really care about the money, so you guys keep what you need. You guys did most of the work between you. I was useless.
You are
I'll
not
take my 1
useless.
gold.
All right,
Fair
I'll take
assessment.
Fair assessment. Take
Yep. That
That's
makes
brutal,
sense.
607.
But if it's
He doesn't want his gold. He doesn't want his gold.
if we want to go back out again, or we want to try to hunt that beast, or we want to head up the mountain after those other adventurers, I will be much better on land, but I don't think I'm going to be ready to go anywhere immediately, at least.
No, and
Let's take at
the
least a few.
innkeeper that Hulla took me to, her son is also missing. It looked like he left with some tieflings and a cursed object, and so that's another possible avenue that we can explore
I hope
for gaining fame or earning gold.
wasn't that so far that we need some of those chickens to ride on.
To get around anywhere quickly, but as someone
I've
said,
never
that's...
I've never ridden a big chicken. Hulla, have you?
No, never ridden a chicken.
Nope.
Horses, yes. But
Wolves, but never a chicken.
I need to head back and check on bits. So 607, I'll meet you at the room when you're ready to head back to the inn of the Buried Treasures.
Okay. All right.
I'll meet you guys there in the morning. I'm going to go back to the temple now.
Is this just a tavern or is it also an inn?
It is a tavern. 5 tavern center. This is
Okay.
yeah, mostly taverns.
Right then.
There are no what? Actually you can. I think you can get bed and board here.
Guys,
Yeah, no, I
just
think you
say
can.
I probably shouldn't try going out in the cold again, so I'll just stay here and meet you at the Barritomus in the morning.
Hmm.
All right. See y'all in the morning.
Meet Zach, where are you staying for the night?
Zero, why don't you stay with Geist? That way everyone's in the same place. I mean, in fewer places. It's cold out there. They have rooms. You should stay here.
All right.
That is, if
Alright.
you're coming in the morning, there might be money in it. At least, I hope so. That's what I'm figuring.
Where are we going in the morning again?
That's
Castles.
still to be
the
discussed.
Yeah. I think you're
Yeah.
just meeting back up in one of the
We'll
taverns.
meet up and we'll discuss plans.
Hmm.
But
So is
I do
anyone
think
staying
that
in this tavern?
I
Sorry.
will.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
Ghost will be, because going back out in the cold with like his speed and stuff, it's going to take me like the rest of the night to get to the Barritomus.
You got it. So go ahead, Julian.
I was gonna say, Meatbag, your name. I think we've earned it.
Oh, all right. I guess you survived. It's Barritomus. Barritomus Opalkind.
Barritomus,
Barry
Opalkind,
Britimus.
Barritomus.
Barritomus.
Barry to friends, but you're not there yet.
Barritomus. Okay. Can we call you Barritomus?
Sure. Or meet
Okay.
Zach on number 0. It matters not.
You don't care?
Why?
Just I don't like to get attached.
Well, you're the one that fell out of a circle in the air and landed in
Yeah,
the middle of the town.
I didn't choose that. I didn't ask for
Who
that.
did? Who did that?
You don't have to come. You can go back on your own if you want.
Oh, trust me, I'm
I don't
coming.
want anyone in my crew who doesn't have my back.
Oh, I'll have you back, but you know, I'm coming with you whether I like it or not.
And why is that? Somebody's making decisions for you, teleporting you places.
People higher than myself. Keep it that way.
You're at the will of the gods, like we all are.
Yeah.
You're
So
lucky that they're telling you so clearly what to do.
yeah, something like that, I guess.
It's a blessing to have clear instructions.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Do you know what your instructions are? You seemed confused.
Who, me?
No,
Or
Barry
him?
Thomas.
No, it's do this. What we're doing now. Go on a mission. Do some good.
So your plan is to do good. Your mission is to do good. You just don't know what it is.
Yeah, not quite yet. But yeah. Um Anyway, bedtime.
Okay.
All right.
Good late.
Good
Yeah.
night.
All
The
been through a lot.
conversation.
I'd like to do
Coming.
one thing before we finish the session.
Yeah.
When I get back to the inn where I'm staying with Ashanti.
Okay. I'll get onto that in a second then. As first, I want to go to Wealgeist real quick. Can you roll me a D10, please? You're staying in the tavern, and there's a lot of chatter in here. This is where everyone huddles to gather around the fire. 7. And you hear hushed voices over the sound of clinking tankards. Hey, did you hear? In Goodmead, they said the townspeople was recently killed by a 9-foot tall giant. Yeah, no, I'm not talking shit. I'm telling you, rumour has it, giants stole a shipment of honey mead, without which a handful of taverns in 10 towns might go dry. And then, what are we going to be drinking, eh? Or just melted ice? You think that's going to keep our spirits up? Telling you, place is going to hell. And not the fiery type. More like Levistus. Hey, don't say that name. You want to summon demons in here as well? He's a devil, isn't he? Oh, shut up. It's just back and forth after that. But there you go. You've got a rumour about Goodmead.
Which I would guess is one of the other 10 towns. I might not know
It
much
is
about
indeed.
it, but...
Mm-hmm. Giants in Icewindale is also fairly unheard of. No one really knows what happened to all the giants, but you haven't seen him around in a long time. So to hear about one...
But 9 foot tall sounds small for a giant.
Could be.
Could be a Goliath, but they don't normally get that big, so... I would imagine because it's Goodmead and they do a lot of trade with seemingly honeymead and ale, that's one of the reasons he probably knows that town is because that one is probably one that has been regularly raided by the tribes. That makes sense.
Honeymead is like gold for people here. It's the only thing that keeps spirits high. So with that, that's the last thing you kind of hear as you drift off into unconsciousness, and you just start dreaming of giants and Goliaths, and it sinks back to that thought: is your wolf king, self-proclaimed wolf king, a Goliath? Because you've now experienced the cold firsthand, and if you were wearing what he was wearing, you'd be certainly dead. It's just too much. Okay, so everyone who just left the tavern as well, I'll get onto it in a minute, but perhaps you're heading back 6 or 7? You wanted to do something?
Yes, I want to head to the inn that I'm staying at with Ashanti.
Okay.
And is there a private area, privy, a washroom type place where I can close the door and be away from people?
Yeah, there is.
No, I'll go there before I head back to the room.
You got it.
Take off my jacket and take off my shirt and do a few intricate movements along the side of my torso and see if I can access inside.
Interesting. Well, I would say that you know your body better than anyone. So, if you are able to find an access panel, then I'll say you don't need to roll. You can open it up and seem to try and address perhaps what that rattling noise was.
Yes, that's the idea.
It has fallen out of socket. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just replace it back in and see if I can secure it a little bit tighter this time before closing up and putting my clothes back on.
It was due to one of the nuts got so cold and brittle that it simply snapped, and that was what was making it loose. And so I imagine you would have to either replace that or maybe tighten it up. Borrow a nut from somewhere else and then reattach it there and tighten it.
Yeah,
But,
and some just try to maybe get a strap of cloth or something and try to tie it in and secure it a little bit tighter. So if that does happen again, it's got a little bit of a
protection.
hammock or something protection to stay in.
Yeah, and it'll muffle the sound. Definitely, that's work.
Yeah.
That work. Yeah, that seems to do the trick.
And I'll take a good look and just make some plans for maybe if we have some time tomorrow to get some materials to reassure things inside there.
Got it. And you don't dare let this out in the open any longer than you need to, as
No.
you can imagine the cold would have adverse effects on it. And so you seal up the
Close it.
access panel, get redressed, and yeah. Anything else anyone wants to do before I wrap it up? Okay then. In that case, Hulla and Ashanti and 607, as you all left the tavern, and Barritomus, Barry, I'm going to call you Barry because I know you.
That's
yeah,
fine.
everyone walking out of the tavern and heading back. It's almost as if there's this glow to the sky suddenly. And what I previously mentioned was utter darkness, no moon, no stars. Suddenly there's this twilight hue in the sky. Something on the horizon. It can't be sunrise. Hell, you haven't even seen a sunrise in Icewindale for many weeks, Hulla. But this you have seen before. But it still captivates you every time. You can't help but sort of freeze in your steps and admire the beauty of it, but also the stark, grim reminder that so long as that aura continues, this darkness, this curse, this rime will never end. And everyone who is outside witnesses the beautiful aurora that seems to snake and glow across the sky, almost as if something were trailing it, something were painting the sky with these glittering, glowing beams of magic. Unlike anything you ever see in the night sky before, Ashanti or 607. Barry, you sort of maybe see the scintillating colors as something similar to your own puzzle box. You've seen the sort of array of colors in a sort of similar, display, but this is even more grand. This is across an entire night sky, so vast that it's likely all 10 towns can see this. It definitely serves as a reminder that Auril is casting her spell over the land once again. And with that, we will wrap up with a bundle of fur and call a close on this session. Session 1, guys, of Rime of the Frostmaiden. And how many levels of exhaustion did we suffer there?
I've got 4.
Wow.
I've got one.
Got
I
one.
think just one.
And Hulla's got one.
In a regular campaign, I'd basically be dead at this point.
Yes, you would.
I've got 2 so far.
Mm.
Do they come back after? Is it like one gets reduced after a long rest, or is it
correct? That's correct. So it's going to take 4 days for Wealgeist to really fully recover.
Which means it's going to be slow as shit.
Yeah, it will. If he plans to go out more adventuring, yeah, could get rough.
How long before the hypothermia and frostbite goes away?
Yeah, they are on a different track, but I'll explain all those nitty-gritty rules after. But I think here's a good place to sign off. And yeah, thank you all very much for watching and sailing with us. And yeah, tune in next week. We continue this harsh, cold adventure. Farewell.
Bye for now.
Bye.